Tradoon. Tradoon.
One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4.
research is required. It's why paleontology is such an exciting science. It's like we're always learning new things all the time. To mount the skeleton. Really, really cool. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to have all of you here today on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon. It's actually kind of cloudy and windy where I am. Hopefully soon it'll be rainy again. Been looking forward to this rain. Anyway, welcome. Whether you're watching live right now, and hello all of chat, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Or whether you're watching sometime in the future, either in the VOD after we're live or on YouTube, hello, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here.
Allosaurus,
And
predecessor of the Tyrannosaurus, mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age, giant meat eater with long dagger-like
teeth.
Coming back to Rip 65 to shred smiley face.
6 Foot Turkey, it is great to see you. Thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that. Welcome. Welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. I go out and dig up dinosaurs with various museums across the western US. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in scientific journals. And nowadays I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week here, which is only made possible by fantastic supporters like you, Delafo Maznoris.
Dilopho Masnoris really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Delafo. I really appreciate that. Holy moly, that is extraordinary. And Science Streams.
Than for science. You are our hero.
Oh, Belin, holy cow, Science Streams, you make me blush. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. Thank you to 6 Foot Turkey for your Prime sub there. 5 months is a long time. Delafo Maznoris, 5 gift subs to members of this community. Now they won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. Of course, this is free for anybody to watch. It's the whole point of, science outreach like this. It's open to everybody. But now people won't even have to watch ads. Those 5 folks, thanks to you, Delafo Maznoris, and thank you, Science Streams. Tier 3 sub. Science is one of very few people who can use these emotes there. Those are tier 3 emotes. Thank you for your continued support, Balint. I appreciate that more than you know. That is wonderful.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Risudego, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very sincerely. Thank you. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Yeah. On today's broadcast...
Upstairs Down gifted a tier 1 sub to Mucker Ducker 1.
Upstairs Down, thank you for that gift sub.
Wings are once again invaluable.
And holy cow, Lil Uzi Nate, your support is also invaluable. I really appreciate that, Lil Uzi Nate. I really do. Thank you. Holy moly. And there you go.
Successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
Luna Seer, thank you for the 9 months of support. I appreciate that tremendously too. Holy cow, everybody. I'm really feeling love right now. This is pretty phenomenal. Thank you. I do this full time nowadays. I have been doing so for almost 2 years now. 1.5 years, we'll say. And I would not be able to do this if it were not for your incredible support, so thank you very, very much. That's extraordinary. So many subs indeed, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Mitch Biocannon, how are you doing? Oliver, Rizudego, Claire Burr, Fall Machine, Kodali, 6 Foot Turkey, Lil Uzi Nate, Delafo Maznoris, Vigilanta. Thank you, everybody, for being here. That's just people I can see, in ascending order in chat right there. Let me tell you what we're talking about today, chat. Let me tell you. Members of this community have been clamoring for me to see the film 65 for a while now. A major Hollywood film featuring dinosaurs. At least they're supposed to be dinosaurs. We'll talk about that. I just watched the movie last night. It was better than I was expecting in some ways, and a lot worse in other ways. We'll be talking about that. So, I'm so glad you're here. We'll get to that in a little bit. First of all, though, we are on our way up to a level 4 hype train. If we manage to get to a level 5, I will play some ukulele songs live. And then we'll do our movie review. So, yeah. Yeah. Upstairs Down says, Adam Driver is always value for money. I mean, he... one of the few positive aspects of the movie, I would say. Yeah. Without him, it would have been pretty much unwatchable, I think. Man, he made the movie what it was. What it was, at least. You know? Yeah. Oliver says, 1 wasn't entertaining. Yeah, I would say so. I didn't fall asleep. Yeah. The first movie to make $65. There you go, 6 Foot Turkey. It did not have any terrifying small mammals, although we'll be getting to that in a bit, Charlie's Dragon. Let's see who else is here in chat. Let me scroll up to the top. And, I'm just going to go through names real quick. Neilf, Lenina, Triple Helix, Blinkster, MS Coggins, Chet, Twitch, Rex, Jody Fish, Kodali, Scary Printer Sounds with those Homer emotes there. I dig it. Scary Printer Sounds. Good to have you. Lunaseer, Upstairs Down, Smorphosaurus, Eddie Scarin, and Reaper Extra. 5 gift subs from Reaper Extra. Thank you. Extraordinary.
Reaper XTRA45 is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Really appreciate that, Reaper Extra. Thank you. 5 gift subs there. There are now 5 people who will have 30 days of ad-free viewing. Thanks to your generosity, Reaper Extra. So 5 times 30, that's 150 days of ad-free viewing. Pretty extraordinary, Reaper. Thank you. Really appreciate it. I wonder if that also means that there's no ads on the VODs. If you're subscribed to this channel and you come and watch the VOD later, does that mean that you don't have to see ads on that too? I assume so. Somebody can correct me in the chat. Anyway, scrolling down, trying to catch up. Metal Meows, how you doing? Welcome. Vigilanta is back. How are you doing, Vigilanta? Always good to see you.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
File's Fine. Thank you for those 100 bits. Appreciate that kindly. Thank you, File's Fine. Yeah. And Sloppy Salamander, how are you doing? Sloppy, welcome. And where was that song from? I think the one that you were referring to is... I think it's a song by The Clash. It was a cover of a Clash song called Straight to... Not Hell Creek, just Hell, I guess. But yeah. It could have been Straight to Hell Creek, though. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Aberrantologist has returned. Welcome, Aberrantologist. I am so glad that you've returned to us. How are you doing? And thank you for your wonderful art that you shared also. I just had to retweet that. Let me find that real quick and share it with everybody. Yeah. There we go. Very nice. We were talking about Eryctodromius yesterday. The, hopefully, presumed new state dinosaur of Idaho. So very nice, and thank you for the shout-out there, Aberrantologist. If anybody would like to go and like this tweet or retweet it themselves, if you're feeling like it, there's a link there in the chat for you. And look, there's LJ Krumenacker, who's leading the charge for making Eryctodromius the state dinosaur of Idaho.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And he said, love it.
Forward to your review of 65. This is going to be good.
Thank you, Travel. Hey, appreciate you. By the way, Travel, I think I missed you the other day. Thank you very much for sending me these digital calipers off of the Amazon wish list. I'm going to be making some collections visits, studying some specimens, taking a bunch of measurements at some local, some local museums and other institutions. So travel, I couldn't find my other calipers. I don't know where they are. This is going to be invaluable. So thank you, travel. I am very excited about this. Here, I'll put it together later. I got to put the battery in. But travel, thank you for directly, in a material way, supporting my research. I appreciate you, travel. I really do. Yeah. El Bacala says, hi, how are you doing, El Bacala? Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Are you still here? I hope you didn't run away. But yeah, people are busy. I understand if you did. But El Bacala, thanks for saying hi. It's good to see you. All right, Invisible Dimensions, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Roses and tea, morning to you too. It's great to have you here. Kerrigan47 says, very nice. How you doing, Kerrigan? Howdy, howdy. Charlie's Dragon, did I say hello to you yet? Welcome, Charlie's Dragon. And scrolling down, trying to catch up. And Kite Iric says, it was not terrible. Yeah, I would say that my overall impression about 65 is it was the acting that saved it. But we'll discuss. Yeah. Drew it during the stream. Oh no, you're great, Paleontologist. Very, very cool. Nicely done. But yeah, and my week is off to a good start, Vigilanta. Yeah. Yeah, it's been really good. I was actually at the museum this morning, saw some old friends and colleagues, and yeah. Listened to a couple of talks on Paleozoic research, and then, well, Cenozoic research, and then Paleozoic research. Really, really cool stuff. Yeah. And Paleo, how are you doing? Is your name a reference to fossil science with some creative spelling? Welcome, Paleo. Good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. So yeah. And Dilopho Mesnoris. Yeah, I don't know. I have some complex feelings about this movie, and we'll get into it. But yeah. Anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. Today we're doing like a movie review episode. I guess we've done a few of these in the past, but yeah. By talking about something in pop culture like this, a major Hollywood film that features things that are supposed to be dinosaurs, this is a wonderful avenue for us to talk about the public's perception of dinosaurs, how Hollywood portrays dinosaurs, and what that means for, to a paleontologist like me, what it means for the public understanding of dinosaurs, all that good stuff. So yeah, as a dinosaur paleontologist, like I said, I dig up dinosaurs, I publish on them, that kind of thing. Thank you, Reaper Extra. I appreciate that very much. Paleo says, yeah, I'm an undergrad on my way to paleontologist. Well, you were in the right place. Enjoy that gift sub there. Thank you, Reaper Extra, for that gift sub to Paleo. Holy cow, Paleo, you are in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me know if you've got any questions. Yeah. As a paleontologist, you know, fossils are my passion. I've been interested in dinosaurs in particular since I was a very small child, and I've been lucky enough to be able to pursue a career in this, even if it is a slightly unconventional one. But here I am, doing outreach, taking questions, trying to peel back the curtain, show you how paleontology works, you know? Try and give you an inside peek to the process of paleontology, what I call paleontologizing. So yeah. Yeah. And Vigilanta. Very cool, Vigilanta. Very, very cool. Yeah. And a sound alert from Deadly Mantis. Yes, indeed. Okay, to play. A film that features a paleontologist as a character, actually. Yeah, there's a project somewhere in there that I'll eventually complete. But, yeah. But yeah. And Forgotten Bloodlines is what you're talking about, Aberrantologist. Yeah. No, we talked about that last week. Yeah, and I actually made a contribution. Maybe we should talk about that real quick, shouldn't we? Yeah. Let's do that. It's almost 2,000 away from... That's fantastic, Lenino. Well, shoot. Let's talk about this before we get into 65. Well, we're talking about, you know, the portrayal of extinct creatures, the purview of paleontologists. Let's talk about this. Yeah. This is not set 65 million years ago, at the very beginning of the Cenozoic era. It's set after that, in the Miocene, I believe. Let's have ourselves a look. Here is the official Kickstarter trailer. This is a really, really cool independent project.
The dinosaurs.
And thank you, Scary Printer Sounds, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very, very much. Yeah. Take a look.
20 million years ago, the beginning of the Miocene epoch. Although
very cool.
Seemingly familiar, this is a world of wonder, mystery, and danger.
Holy cow. Very, very cool. So this is set in Miocene North America.
From tiny rhinos, the size of dogs, to bizarre horse-like giants.
Yeah,
with
Calicotheres
claws instead of hooves.
Very cool.
And a pig-like behemoth with jaws that could crush bone. A world forgotten to time, never seen by the eyes of man until now.
So this is an independently produced project.
It's an incredible story of two of America's most astounding bygone beasts.
They're trying to crowdfund in order to make this a reality.
Step back into an ancient world, forgotten bloodlines agate.
Very, very cool.
Support us on Kickstarter, now live.
Really, really neat. Let's take a look at that there. Where was that link? There we go. Yeah. And holy cow, they are swiftly approaching. So if you want to get some cool rewards for supporting this project, I would highly recommend you kick in now. Help them reach their goal. This is really, really cool. As a paleontologist, this sort of thing really, really makes me happy. You know? A passion project trying to portray an ancient ecosystem in as much authenticity as they can muster. This is, makes me happy. Yeah. And, yeah, I contributed, what was it, $45 to it? Just gonna log in. There we go. And... Yep, there we go. I pledged $45. That's what I could afford. That's a lot of money. That's like... I spend that much... Not even that much money on food every week, you know? Yeah, I spent $27 on food last week, for instance. So, yeah. Yeah. And it's narrated by Nigel Marvin. Isn't that neat, Charlie's Dragon? Yeah. Very, very cool. And it's awesome that they got Nigel Marvin, too. He worked with this. He worked with, you know, Prehistoric Planet. That man's a saint, you know? Good for him. So, yeah. Yeah. And not Calicotherium, but it's a type of Calicothere, sloppy salamander. Yeah, I think it might be, Moropus. I think it's the genus name for that Calicothere. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Forgotten Bloodlines. Really neat. I actually just saw this kick up a little bit while we were here. And, I wonder if that was one of you. But yeah, yeah. And anyway, Smurf, yeah, it's very similar. Meropus is a type of Chalicotherium. Yeah, I think Chalicotherium might be from South America. Although I could very well be wrong about that. But yeah, Meropus, what a neat animal. And it is, I believe, a perissodactyl, an odd-toed ungulate. Chalicotheres are so weird and cool. They're really nifty animals. Chalicotherium is... I think Chalicotherium is from South America, but let's see. It might even be one of the critters that that Darwin dug up. Yeah, Chalicotherium. No, I was wrong. It's one from Europe and Asia. So it's a little bit later than Meropus. It's from the middle to late Miocene. So this very well could be the descendant of Meropus. I don't know. I'm not a mammal guy, so... yeah. But yeah. Yeah, our boy Chucky D, Vigilante, yes indeed. Yeah. So yeah. And as Reaper says, is that a Chalicotherium model in the back there? Wait, where? Not in my office, Reaper Extra, no. I do have a Victorian Iguanodon right here, whom we're going to be replacing, actually. It'll still be here in my office, but it won't be on the shelf anymore. I'm going to be replacing it with a model of this critter that I'm currently sculpting and will be 3D printing once it's done. This is a dinosaur that I worked on. This is one of my dinosaur taxa. I think Denver Fowler was lead author on this. Or maybe Jack Wilson? Anyway, this is Triararchuncus, or rather this is Mononychus, but ours looks basically identical to this. Triararchuncus. So yeah. It's a cool critter. It's a cool critter. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Forgotten Bloodlines. Really, really neat. And it looks like they're going to reach their goal. That makes me very happy indeed. So, I can't wait for them. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Two Pundactyls. Oh, very cool, 6-foot turkey. Heard of Wonder? I've not heard of Wonder, no. No. But yeah. And I think it might be about time for us to, and what does para mean? Para means beside, Smurf. So Parasaurolophus means beside the lizard crest. Paraceratherium means beside the horned beast. I think because they recognized that Paraceratherium was related to rhinoceros. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Beside or near. Near the hornless beast. Paraceratherium. So, Ceratherium could either mean a horned beast or hornless beast? Huh. Anyway, yeah. Para means beside or near. Close to. You know? Yeah. Thanks for asking, Smurf. It's not confusing at all. Exactly, Kirsten. You know, it's just like, you know, when you're visiting a cave and the tour guide tells you, well, listen up, you know? I'm going to tell you the difference between a stalactite and a stalagmite and how you can remember the difference. You know, stalagmites might hang from the ceiling, but they don't. That's not confusing at all, you know? But that's how I remember the difference between stalactites and stalagmites. Yeah. But yeah. Inflammable, will it burn or not? That much is up to you, XF Kirsten. As Smokey the Bear would say, or something similar to that. I don't know. But yeah. But yeah. But will it blend? Again. That's up to you. Yeah. Stalactites hang tight on the ceiling? I suppose. Or do they hang tight on the floor, Oliver? Stalagmites might reach the ceiling one day. Oh, interesting, Oliver. Yeah. There were some cave scenes in 65. Anyway, shall we get to our discussion about the film 65? I know that's what's promised in the title and in various tweets that I did, so yeah, let's take a look at the trailer real quick.
That belongs in a museum.
Sorry, my soundboard is yeah.
Run.
All right. From the people that brought you various movies comes a movie with the bad guy from the new Star Wars sequel trilogy, which is kind of meh, except for the last one, which is awful. But anyway, he was good in it, though, like he is in this. Let's just watch the darn thing.
Run.
Oh, boy.
My name is Mills. I was the pilot of the ship. We've crash landed on an uncharted planet.
This is it.
This is it?
The horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs. Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Dyson Dinosaur and their 8 raiders have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Welcome, welcome, Dyson Dinosaur. Holy cow, thank you so much for your raid. I appreciate that tremendously. How are you doing? How was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. That's actually the perfect alert to pop up, because we're going to be talking about the end of the age of dinosaurs and how it may not have been portrayed accurately in this film 65. And, you know, I'm not going to... The whole point of this is not to go like, well, actually, it should have been this way, and, you know, we're all going to sneer at this. That's not what this is about. You know, this movie could have been improved in various ways. It would have been cooler if certain things were more authentic, because oftentimes reality is way cooler than fiction, especially as concerns creatures like dinosaurs. But yeah, anyway, we're talking about the film 65, which I saw last night, and I'm going to give you my take on it. Dyson Dinosaur, how was your stream? Hope it was really good. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. This is great. And ciao to you too, Esther the Dreamer. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. But yeah. We just finished discussing the early evolution of Thyreophorans. Ooh, that's a tricky group. With your Scelidosaurs, Scutellosaurus, Emausaurus, Tatisaurus. And what the heck is Jacopele, and what is it doing in the Cretaceous period? And is it even a Thyreophoran? Yeah. That sounds really cool, Dyson Dinosaur. I might have to check out that VOD. Yeah. But yeah. And this is exactly Snowfall. That's not what I'm trying to do. Snowfall's got it, yeah. We're not... Here, when we're talking about this film... Yeah... we're trying to avoid being like this. Yeah. It's not what we're going for here. You know, movies are movies. You know? And anytime that there's a movie that portrays, for instance, dinosaurs in a way that's, you know, divorced from reality, I kind of look at that and I go, shoot. What are we doing wrong as paleontologists? Where we're not getting these ideas out there so that general audience members would scoff at this. The only reason that movie studios can get away with being lazy in their dinosaur designs or being really inaccurate about stuff is because oftentimes we're not doing a good enough job of reaching out to the public and educating them, you know? Or, you know, wrangling the movie producers and shaking them by the lapels and saying, hey, get your dinosaurs right, you know? I'm not here to blame other people for that necessarily. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how I could do better. One of the reasons I'm here on Twitch, you know? And I'm not here to go, well, actually, yeah, you know. Is this making any kind of sense at all? I hope it is. Yeah. And Risa Dego says, movies are fun as long as they don't poison interest in a topic. Yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Astronomy Show. Yes, indeed. And Mayor Space says, any movie that portrays something will portray it incorrectly. If you find the right experts, you can poke holes in any movie. To a certain extent, Mayor Space, yeah. But, you know, it's a sliding scale. Let's not, you know, throw all the babies out with the bathwater. Maybe just a few babies, you know? Let's be reasonable about the number of babies that we expel along with the bathwater. Okay? But yeah, I don't know. So, like, certain films try really, really hard to get certain things right. You know? Speaking of Neil deGrasse Tyson, actually, that is a, that's a wonderful example. Here we go. Let's take a look at this. He shows some real self-awareness here, and I think, as a scientist interested in, you know, the impact of pop culture on the understanding of his science, this is pertinent. Let's take a look.
I may have been one of the last people in the world to see the film, to pay to go to the movies to see the film Titanic. Okay?
He probably means during its initial run.
I figured time came, I gotta see the movie. Everybody else seeing the movie 3 times, I should at least see it once. So I'm there watching it. There it goes, fine. Much about this movie, to remind you, was widely marketed as having precisely captured the details of the ship. Because Jim Cameron, the director, hired this submersible, went down, found the ship, okay, looked at the designs of the wall sconces and the china patterns and the staterooms, captured all of that in his movie. So here's somebody who cares about it.
And I mean, I'm sure if you're a scholar who studies, you know, ocean liners from the 1910s and you've got an intense academic interest in Titanic, I'm sure you could find little things to nitpick about it, but for the most part, you're going to appreciate, holy cow, they put a lot of effort in getting this stuff right. And it clearly comes from a place of respect and an enthusiasm, passion for the subject. You can feel the love in every detail there, you know? Yeah.
I'm going to hold them accountable. So, watching the movie, okay? The ship sinks. So, I gave away.
Somebody made this joke in chat earlier, too. Yeah.
In case anybody out there didn't know. We know the day, the time, the longitude, the latitude, the date, the year. We know everything about how, when, and where that ship sank. Okay? There's Kate Winslet on the plank.
The door, wasn't it?
Singing deliriously as her boyfriend just sinks to the depths of the ocean. Why didn't he, like, try to get on there with her, you know? You'd think they could have worked something out. You think?
That's something that people bring up on the internet all the time.
There she is.
Anyway.
looking up. There is only one sky she should have been looking at. And it was the wrong sky. Worse than that, it was not only the wrong sky, the left half of the sky was a mirror reflection of the right half of the sky. So it was not only wrong, it was lazy.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, this is wrong. Because because I noticed, we noticed, you own stuff like this, you know the sky. Right? You know the sky. You know that the sky is your backyard. If it's not, it should be. And for a couple of dollars, you can buy a planetarium program on your computer. Check out the sky when the Titanic sank. It was not Jim Cameron's sky. So I pulled out my finest of letterhead, the one that has all the degrees and all the titles. I wrote a letter to Jim Cameron, politely saying, "How could you mess up the sky?" Got no reply. No reply. 5 years later, I'm on a committee. I'm on a committee that intersects a committee that he's on. He was an advisor to NASA for a while, by the way. Not about the sky, about other things. About exploration, okay? He's a big...
Charlie's Dragon says, but would most people notice that the sky was wrong? No, but that's the thing, is that if you're going to go through the effort of putting a fake sky up there, why not expend just a tiny little bit of extra effort to actually get it right, you know? If they're going to do like a weird mirror image thing where they're like putting a fake sky up there, you know, how much extra effort does it really take to get it right? Especially with a movie that, you know, is being marketed as being like, oh, very historically authentic, you know, accurate in every detail that they could muster, and then they just fart out a fake sky like that where it's just like, you know, it's just a mirror image, one side to the other, you know? Yeah. So I think that's the point he was making, but here, he's not totally scoffing about this. You know, he's not being all high and mighty about this. There's definitely some self-awareness here. Take a look.
Explorer, by the way. And so I'm in the room with him. I said, here's the big chance. So I said, Mr. Cameron, I wrote a letter to you some years ago. He never got it. I said, did you know that your sky was just wrong? And we know what that sky was. And everything else about your movie was so accurate. And he says, I didn't know that. I didn't know. In fact, that happened in post-production. And so...
We'll be talking a lot about post-production today because I think that's actually one of them. So much that's wrong with the movie 65. I think it's because of stuff that happened in post. But anyway, take a look.
And that was all he said. And I was just completely immature about it. I wanted him to grovel for forgiveness at my feet. But he didn't do that. And so somehow I was deeply unsatisfied by this. 3 years after that, he gets an award from Wired magazine. They rent out our planetarium to give it to him. Now he's in my place, all right? So in my irrational immaturity, I bring the subject up again. All right, it turns out I was invited to a dinner with him after that event. There were only 8 of us, he and a few of his friends. The wine is pouring, we're all kind of chilling. So I said, here we go. I said, Jim, because now I can call him Jim. Jim, I wrote you, this story will end, I promise, very shortly. I said, I wrote you a letter about the sky, and that you didn't get it right, and why? How could you do that? And he answered. He said, well, last I checked, Titanic worldwide has grossed $1.3 billion. Imagine how much more it would have grossed had I gotten the sky correct. I was like, oh!
Which that's not really an answer though, you know? If you're just thinking of this as, you know, purely monetary terms, then you're missing the point, you know? Anyway.
I couldn't leave well enough alone. That just shut me up. I said, I can't follow that. I can't, nothing I can do.
Yeah, it is funny, Makerspace, yeah. Yeah.
2 months later, I get a phone call from some guy. I forgot his name. Some guy called me up. Said, hello. I said, hello. He said, I work post-production in Jim Cameron Studios. He's releasing a 10-year anniversary director's cut of the movie, and he's adding new footage, and he tells me you have a sky he can use.
So it's got a happy ending there. Yeah. That's what you want to happen, you know? Oh, boy.
To influence these things, as what was the case then and there. But otherwise, I don't cry about it because you just get really annoying to the people who sit next to you in the theater.
Yeah, which is not what I'm gonna do here, actually, talking about the film. But yeah. And see, Charlie's right, that's why I showed you a long video right there, is because it was a good story. Yeah. But yeah. And Roland Elliart, hey, I'm really glad I can help make your day go by a little faster. Roland Elliart, thank you for being here. Thank you for your kind words. Yeah. So yeah, the sky was saved. Indeed, Paleontologist. Indeed. But like Rizu Dego was saying up there, would also make the point that your field of expertise would make certain details stand out like neon blinking signs, if not correct, that others would see as just fine. Exactly, Rizu Dego. You know, yeah. Let's see here. I actually, there could be cuss words in this. I don't know. But I was gonna show you a clip from My Cousin Vinny. And again, we try and keep things as PG as possible here. I haven't actually reviewed this beforehand. That would have been smart to do, huh? But, well, anyway. Talking on the subject of expertise and knowing things that the general public necessarily wouldn't, this is one of those things where car people who know a lot about, mid-20th century Chevrolets, I would think they would probably, the producers of this film, the writers, everybody on staff would do their utmost to try and get this right? Let's see here. Yeah, anyway. You better believe that they got that part right, because it's like a key plot point. But movies will often hire people who are experts in certain things if it's part of the movie, If it's a movie that uses a lot of, it's a shoot-'em-up movie with a lot of guns, they're probably going to hire a firearms expert in order to make sure that things generally seem believable, If there's a movie that features, I don't know, it's a period drama. It's set in, say, the 1970s. They're going to make sure that the costumes are generally correct. They're going to make sure that there aren't any 1999 Toyota Celicas driving around in any of the street scenes, Details like that can spoil your immersion in a movie, and that's certainly what happened with me with 65. We'll talk about why. So yeah. You load the mistakes in medieval movies? There was a really, really funny one, actually. It wasn't medieval, but it was, shoot. Yeah, just... It was the opening scene, I remember, of this movie. Oh, shoot. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Yeah, it was a Ridley Scott movie. Ridley Scott directing. I guess like a biopic on Columbus with Gerard Depardieu playing Columbus. Anyway, I think it might be like the opening shot of the film. It's in Europe.
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
Lost Days, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here, Lost Days. Holy cow. The whole point, of this movie is like, oh yeah, we're going to talk about, we're going to show Columbus and his conquest of the New World and everything else. He was such a visionary and yada, yada, yada. And like the very first scene, they open up on like a village in Europe. And what is running around? What is running around in this village but a bunch of turkeys? Now, who can tell me what's wrong with that idea? It's like the first, 30 seconds of the film. And, yeah. Very funny, Mayor Space. Yep. And Lenina Blue called it. I'm not surprised. Yeah, if you said turkeys are endemic to the New World, specifically North America and Central America too. The ocellated turkey is from Mexico, I believe. Yeah, anyway. It's a New World genus. Meleagris galapavo. New World genus and species. They were famously brought over from the New World long after Columbus. Anyway, so it's stuff like that where, like, if you've got issues like this in a film, it speaks to a general poor quality in the film itself. Like, if you're not going to bother to even get the most basic stuff right like that, it's probably going to be a lousy movie. And in my opinion, that was a lousy movie. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What could have been thoroughly inaccurate? There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Blue had it. Very nice. Yeah. And there you go, Lilith Hova. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Let's go back and watch this trailer for 65, and let's get into our discussion on that film. How it could have been better, what was good about it, what was bad about it, and what made this paleontologist cringe.
My name is Mills. I was the pilot of the ship. We've crash-landed on an uncharted planet. We are the only survivors. I don't know where we are, but there's something out there. Something alien.
I mean, you're on an alien planet. Wouldn't it be alien if it's out there? And this, to me... 65 million years ago, humans discovered Earth. I don't know if this would qualify as a spoiler. Oliver, if you're really, really concerned about spoilers, you might want to tune out for this next little bit. I don't know. I'm not going to ruin the movie for you. I'm not going to tell you how it ends or anything. Or if I do, I'll make sure I give you a spoiler warning beforehand. But this is not actually, like... The movie kind of contradicts this part. Yeah.
We must get to the escape vessel.
Escape pods. Location unknown.
We need to be quiet.
Quiet.
And move. I need to get us home.
Family.
Ready? Run!
Yeah. Anyway, the movie was better than the trailer. The trailer made it look even stupider than it actually was. So I can tell you that. I took extensive notes while I was actually watching this movie. It wasn't easy, but I did it. I have got extensive notes here. And anyway, yeah, shoot, this is like 2 pages of notes. Maybe 3, depending on the font size. Anyway, what I can tell you this, if you're concerned about spoilers and if you're going to tune out right after this, then let me tell you kind of my basic take on the film. This was not a terrible movie. I mean, it wasn't like, as a film, it wasn't awful, you know? It did feel, something about it just felt really cheap. Like they were operating on a really, really slim budget, or maybe I don't know. This is one of those films where it would have absolutely felt like a made-for-TV movie, you know? Something really cheap and fast and just quick cash-in, if it were not for the acting chops of the 2 main actors. Almost the only actors. There's very, very few characters in this film who are human. We'll say human. They're supposed to be from another planet. Spoiler. Not spoiler. Whatever. Doesn't actually matter. But yeah, there's basically 2 main there's 2 characters in this film. And there's a few others that you see through flashbacks and stuff like that. And that's it. Like, I think there may have been a total of 4 human faces that you see throughout the entire film. And yeah, Adam Driver and what was the gal's name? They were both really good. Like, if it were not... They absolutely saved this movie. If it were not for their acting chops, this would have been a steaming pile of garbage, you know? Just a hot bowl of dog water. But yeah, anyway, yeah, what was the gal's name? Ariana Greenblatt and Adam Driver. They were very believable, both very good actors. Their charisma absolutely carried this film. This film would be nowhere without them. It didn't really have much going for it at all aside from that. So, holy cow, that was brilliant casting decisions there. Without that, this film would be nowhere. So yeah. But yeah, and Blue Laser to the Sky, that's what I said, 4 people. You've got the 2 alive people, and then you've got the 2 other people who show up in flashbacks and holograms. So basically, good actors stuck in a terrible film. It wasn't a terrible film. I'm sure other people, like a non-paleontologist watching this, would be like, oh yeah, you know, it was an okay, you know, thriller, alien survival film. But I don't know, to me, just the depictions of the dinosaurs in this, you know, end Cretaceous ecosystem, there were some real daggers to the heart, and I'll tell you about those. So yeah. But yeah. And X of Kirsten says Adam Driver's gonna break his back carrying movies. I mean, shoot, he was like one of the very few positive things about the last Star Wars movie. The Revenge of Skywalker or whatever. Oh my goodness, was that terrible. He was one of the very few bright spots in that film. Yeah. And Blue Laser says, I'll give it credit for the asteroid race against the clock aspect. Moderately clever. I wasn't sure they were going to go with that, so that was a pleasant surprise for me. But we'll talk about it. First of all, let's discuss the giant mammal in the room. Not an elephant at this early stage. 65 million years ago, mammals were not that big. But, yeah, here. Well, shoot, I don't have to pull up the video. What I should do instead is pull this up. There's a real issue with the title of the film, 65. And I was a little bit confused by this, because 65 is such a lousy title for a movie. It's not very Googleable, because 65 is, you know, a 2-digit number, and we only have, what, 90 of those? 89 of them? Anyway, we only have a few, 89 two-digit number? How many two-digit numbers are there? I think there's 89. Right? It is a lousy name for a movie. Why in the world would they choose that name? It's not very marketable. It doesn't tell you what the movie's about. And if you're the sort of person who that, you know, number has any significance for, you probably already know a thing or two about the Mesozoic era, about dinosaurs, about paleontology in general. And there's a risk in that, because if you know that number 65, you probably know that that number has been revised recently. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you the original poster for the film Jurassic Park. There we go. Yeah. Came out in 1993, Jurassic Park. The tagline is, an adventure, 65 million years in the making. So the number 65, I think, is ingrained in a lot of people's minds, you know, because they associate that with, that's when the dinosaurs went extinct, 65 million. Okay. It doesn't even make a tremendous amount of sense here, because a lot of the dinosaurs they feature in Jurassic Park are not from 65 million years ago. The Dilophosaurus isn't. Fossils. And Mighty House Inc., thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, and 66 sounds better too. I agree, Bette Midler, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that, Bette Midler. Anyway, for a long time, we thought that the end of the Cretaceous period was 65 million years ago. So already, when you're making your film title just 2 numbers, you're running a big risk. It's like, oh boy, what are people going to get from that? What associations do they have? If they associate it with 65 million years ago, there's a decent chance they actually know what the new date is. The new date is here. So, Mesozoic era, the age of the dinosaurs. Here's the Cretaceous period. The asteroid hit here 66 million years ago. We now know that it was 66 million years ago, not 65. And let me give you a reference on that, you know? Yeah. The Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary. And marks the end of the Cretaceous period, the last in the Mesozoic era. And, yeah. 66 million years ago, with radiometric dating yielding a more precise age of 66.043 plus or minus 0.011 million years ago. So yeah, within about 11,000 years of error bar there, we can tell it's 66.043 million years ago. Just over 66 million years ago is when the asteroid hit and wiped out the non-bird dinosaurs. So imagine being a million years off, says Lilith Obo. Yeah. And Bette Midler says the JP poster totally taught me 65 million years ago as a kid, and now you've successfully replaced it in my brain with 66. Thank you, Bette Midler. And this is... It's not like the Jurassic Park poster was wrong in 1993. We used to think it was 65. But... here we go. Yeah. I think it was 2012 or 2013. We had an official change. New and more precise dating methods were able to precisely date the asteroid impact and the end of the age of the dinosaurs. The extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds, at 66 million years ago. And this is wonderful. I was in probably the same building that Paul Rennie works in this morning at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. Just down the road from me in Berkeley, California. Paul Rennie, renowned geochronologist. These are people who... This is a subset of geology where you date the rocks. You come up with actual chronological dates. Numbers of millions of years ago that these rocks were laid down. This is what scientists like this specialize in. You know, this is what they're all about. And so this was published back in 2013. A full 10 years ago now. So we've known for a full 10 years that it was actually 66 million years ago that the non-avian dinosaurs went extinct. It was 66 million years ago that the asteroid struck. Which is kind of funny. Because, you know, our little ancestors at the time...
Have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm destroying... Never.
No, glue is cheap.
Map Man?
And I really dig
Hey.
Ads springing up during a really interesting discussion suck big time. Been lurking for a good while now, an avid Void watcher, so you're well overdue a sub with my own money. Thanks for bringing dinosaurs back into my life.
Map Man, thank you. Holy cow, for your kind words. And for your financial support now, I really appreciate that.
Glue is cheap.
Ads are a big pain in the tuchus, and I really appreciate you, Map Man, for solving two problems at once there. Solving the ad problem by subscribing, and supporting me by subscribing. Thank you very, very much for that, and I really appreciate you, Map Man. Thank you for your thoughtful and kind message there, and as a longtime lurker, I really appreciate you. Thank you for Map Man. As a streamer, this is an ideal viewer. Somebody who lurks for a while, enjoying the content, and then they say, you know what? This means something to me. I'm gonna subscribe. So thank you, Map Man. I appreciate you tremendously. Thank you for that. Holy cow. Yeah. It makes me so happy. But yeah. And Dr. Tarrant, thank you. Yeah, Dr. Tarrant, I saw it last night, and I also happened to acquire a file, which I could go back and, like, review some of these things, if need be. So, yeah. Anyway, it was 66 million years ago that the asteroid actually struck. And during the entire age of mammals, or excuse me, during the entire age of dinosaurs, our little mammal ancestors were, you know, little mousy guys, little shrewy guys, rat-like guys. Villeneuve, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And it took a good while after the extinction. A good while being like a few million years after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs for our little shrew-like ancestors to actually get any bigger than like a little rat or something, you know? And there's all these pictures of Velociraptor chasing the little mammal-y guys. But yeah, so anyway, if Adam Driver really did crash land 65 million years ago, again, 65 is 1 million years less than 66, 1 million years closer to the present, that would be in the Paleogene period, right here, 65 million years ago would put him in the Danian stage of the Paleocene epoch. This is already in the age of mammals, and he wouldn't be encountering any big old dinosaurs then. A point which I have made so many times, and I will make again right now. Here is a quick little trailer that I put together. I actually recut the trailer for the film 65 to make it be a little bit more paleontologically authentic. So, I hope you enjoy that right here.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
The atmosphere is breathable.
There's something alien out there.
You need to be quiet and move.
So yeah, there we go. Here's the thing, is that 65 million years ago, yeah. You would have had a few crocodiles and champsosaurs doing their thing, some fairly large turtles, but as far as mammals go, that might be one of the biggest mammals that you might encounter 65 million years ago. Certainly not going to encounter any non-avian dinosaurs. They're already gone. A million years gone already. And why would this ever come up in,
We all knew. If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Sewer Wolf, thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate you, Sewer Wolf. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. Sewer Wolf, here. Take a look. This is Leptictidium, which actually lived, I think, at the beginning of the Eocene? So this would be a little bit bigger than the little mammals. Their ancestors would have been here 65 million years ago. But, yeah. If Adam Driver did crash land on Earth 65 million years ago, this would be the sort of creature that he would be encountering. You know? Yeah. Anyway. And Mighty House Inc., let's try and keep things on topic, please. I don't let other people derail the stream. You're new here. You do not have weight to throw around. So, I mean, shoot. It would be nice if... Here's the thing. I don't know if you're a troll or if you're a crank. But if you disrupt things too much, we will ban you. I do find your stuff very amusing. So if you're trying to be funny, you've succeeded. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, just take it easy, okay? Wait until maybe we're done with discussion about 65, and if you have serious points to bring up, then we can discuss them. Show a little bit of patience and self-restraint, okay? There we go. Yeah. So yeah, leptictinium. We don't actually... This is from the film, the documentary series Walking with Prehistoric Beasts. I didn't want to just take footage from this, so I used footage of modern elephant shrews.
Opie tells me you're one of these archaeologist fellas.
Well, he's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
Lordy! Lordy, thank you for the raid. How are you doing, Lordy? And how was your stream? I hope it was really good. How are things, Lordy? Did you start early today, or was it just a short stream? But yeah, welcome, Lordy. It's great to have you here. Holy moly. Yeah. But yeah. And Mighty House Inc. Mighty House Inc. is just joking around. Okay. Good for a laugh. Yeah, just a little shorter stream today. Sometimes those are really nice, Lordy. If anybody is not yet following Lordy, if you're the sort of person who does things like wearing clothing or eating foods, then you might want to follow Lordy, because she can show you how to make both of those things, both food and clothing. And she does both of those live on stream, so go check out her channel. And she happens to be a member of my own stream team. Me and Lordy and Ios are part of the stream team Three's a Crowd. And, yeah, I love them both dearly. You should really check them out. Yeah. If it weren't for Ios and Lordy, I would not be here on Twitch. So, go show them some respect. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho. We talked about these guys. We talked about... Yeah, it was actually 66 million years ago. I get the sense that many of the things that were wrong with the movie 65... I think this is another case of, like, weirdo studio meddling in a project. So I sat down to watch this movie last night. It had my rapt attention for an hour and a half. This movie was only like 90 minutes long, which I actually really kind of appreciated, you know? So many movies nowadays are like 3 hours when there's no need for them to be that long, you know? This is not one of those, at least. It was pretty short, you know, pretty stripped down. I was kind of astonished. Looking at my notes here.
Dinosaurs always eat their vegetables.
And Nebraska Farmer, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. You prefer that too, very Italian? Yeah. You know, a short and sweet movie can be a beautiful thing. And 3 hours of CGI can have a serious effect on the human brain. That's the other thing, too, is that the effects were used pretty sparingly in this film, Lilithopo. Another thing that I appreciated. This wasn't one of those, like, Marvel or Transformers films where they're just punching you in the brain non-stop with all of these computer-generated effects. It was a fairly sparing use of its digital effects, for the most part. So, yeah. Kite Eric's is only 90 minutes, but it felt longer. It did feel longer. You're right. You are right about that. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I do think... Yeah, there were a number of different set pieces kind of in different areas. Like, there were different settings, but for the most part... I'm looking at my notes here. And, yeah, it was like less than 10 minutes into the movie already. Adam Driver's ship is crash landing onto Earth. And they do make a big point out of that it is Earth, and that it is 65 million years ago. There are, like, title cards. There's text that shows up on the screen that just flashes before your eyes that says, you know, which is really amusing to me because there was a review that I saw. It really made me laugh, where the reviewer was very, very confused. Let's talk about that a little bit, and this will be a nice avenue for kind of talking about the film itself. So this is from Vulture, which does some pretty good stuff, by Alison Wilmore, a Vulture film critic. Is Adam Driver an alien in 65, or what? So she says, film criticism is more an art than a science. Okay. I would agree, as a scientist. Definitely more of an art. A deeply human endeavor to which we bring our own personal histories, our insights, our limits, and our baggage in what is, more than anything, an act of sublimated autobiography. I love the self-deprecation here. Let's read the next line. What I'm getting at here is that I was running a little late to my screening of 65, and when I finally clambered into my seat in the dark, the movie had already started and I'd missed the first few minutes. It's such a mistake for this movie because, holy cow, 10 minutes into the film, he has already crash landed on Earth. It really is like, wow, you know, you see all this stuff in the trailer, and it delivers what it promises in that regard. 10 minutes in, he has already crash landed on Earth, and there he is, you know? So if she was just 10 minutes late, she would have missed a lot of exposition, which, for better or for worse, I don't know. Yeah. She says, not ideal, but also not a situation I would normally consider ruinous, except that 65 turned out to be the kind of movie in which a whole bunch of exposition is unloaded in its opening moments by the time at which I sat down. Adam Driver was on an otherworldly beach explaining expositionally to his wife that even though he was about to leave their daughter, Naveen, Chloe Coleman, for a long time, everything he was doing was for them. Driver's character, Mills, is a spaceship pilot. In the next scene, his long-haul ship encounters an asteroid that sends it crashing into an uncharted planet. This planet is Earth at the end of the Cretaceous period. And good for this critic for getting that right. She didn't make the mistake of calling it the Jurassic era or something. No. She didn't even say Jurassic period. She got it right. She says Cretaceous period. So Paleontologizing salute to her for getting that part right. You know? Yeah. So yeah. Hugan says, would you rather watch 65 or Son of Godzilla? Son of Godzilla, famously one of the worst Godzilla movies. Oh boy. If you'd said Godzilla's Revenge, then I'd say I'd rather watch Godzilla's Revenge. Another famously terrible Godzilla film. But at least that one's got a ton of stock footage from other Godzilla films. Son of Godzilla is... I don't know. I just saw 65 last night. It's been decades since I've seen Son of Godzilla, so I would watch Son of Godzilla. But I would rather... I don't know. Otherwise, it'd be 65, yeah. It was better than Son of Godzilla, I'll tell you that, Hugan. Yeah. And better than Godzilla... Oh my goodness, one of my all-time most hated movies. The 1998 TriStar Godzilla film. Just execrable garbage. Don't even get me started. Godzilla 90... Oh my good... One of my least favorite films of all... Don't even get me started on this. Holy cow. I'm gonna get hot under the collar. I hate that movie with a fiery passion. Ugh. Yeah. Anyway. Don't get me started. Anyway. So the planet that Adam Driver's character, Mills, crash lands on is Earth at the end of the Cretaceous period, which sounds like it should be a spoiler, I know. A twist teased out over glimpses of the fauna menacing the characters, beasties gradually shown to be prehistoric rather than extraterrestrial in nature, but with a bluntness that speaks to many stern studio notes. Oh boy, this is wonderful writing. 65 tells us this information right alongside its title card, under which the words "millions of years ago, a visitor crash-landed on Earth" appear. So she missed... It's really funny. She actually missed the first few minutes, in which there's another just title card that just slaps you in the face and says, hey, these are aliens here. Adam Driver is an alien. She missed that part at the beginning. And they could have maybe done something really, really fascinating with this. Or not fascinating, but like at least mildly interesting from a movie-going perspective, you know? And they didn't. They thought that audiences would be too dumb for this kind of thing, I guess. Looking at my notes here. I wrote that there was a title screen 20 minutes into the movie. So after he crash lands on Earth and realizes that all the other passengers on the ship are dead, then the title screen comes up. And then it says, 65 million years ago, a visitor crash landed on, and then there's a dramatic pause, Earth. And to me, it felt like this is the studio executives kind of mucking around in this, and they're like, oh, we think audiences might be just as dumb as we are, so we're gonna try and, you know, let's try and dumb it down a little bit. You know? Yeah. And yep, his ship had passengers in cryosleep. Yes, indeed, Pendrake. Yeah. I think that's kind of a staple in, you know, space science fiction films like this. So yeah, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Visitor would appear to address the other key question that I had throughout the 65's terse hour-and-a-half runtime, and congrats to them for keeping this down to an hour-and-a-half. Kind of fighting against the self-indulgence that a lot of movie studios seem to have nowadays. Mills and his companion Koa, Ariana Greenblatt, the young girl who's the ship's only other survivor. Not a spoiler, because you saw it in the trailer. They're aliens, right? They're not humans from the future who've time-traveled through some space anomaly and reversed Planet of the Apes themselves. This does not seem like it should be a difficult thing to answer in a movie, made up almost entirely of two people trekking across the primordial landscape to an intact escape pod, and it turned out to be confounding. At no point during 65, which is the work of A Quiet Place writers Scott Beck and Brian Woods, do Mills and Koa show the slightest recognition that the dinosaurs repeatedly trying to murder them are dinosaurs, which would be a point in the aliens column or a sign that paleontology will fall drastically out of fashion in the millennia to come. So no, she missed the part at the beginning. They are indeed aliens. Which, to me, you know, this kind of gets to a thing where we've talked about this before in the past. This is a tangent here, but we're going to embark on it anyway, so buckle up. Yeah. Oh, holy cow, this is a long video. Oh boy. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. But let's take a look at this. This is something, as, you know, somebody who studies the evolution of life on Earth, something that I'm interested in too. When you've got aliens in fiction, creatures from other planets, how different should they look from Earth creatures? This is honestly, you know, Star Trek can be wonderful, but one of the things that has always really bothered me about Star Trek, as somebody who studies the evolution of life on Earth, is just how humanoid most of the extraterrestrial species are. You know, it kind of bespeaks, well, for one thing, low budgets for Star Trek. I recognize that's where most of this comes from, as they didn't have a lot of resources to do incredible special effects for all kinds of weird alien critters. But also, it's just kind of a failure of imagination, too. When we're imagining intelligent life elsewhere across the universe, we think it has to look exactly like us, you know? So, anyway, let's start this video and see what this is like.
In the 5th episode of the original series of Star Trek, the show tries to pass off what is clearly someone's dog with a horn taped to its head.
It's a Cocker Spaniel. Oh, boy.
As an alien life form. It's hilarious to revisit, not just to see the actors make a heroic attempt to stay in character while carrying this thing around.
And holy cow, Duke, Euphoria. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Duke_Euphoria and their 15 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Thank you, Duke Euphoria. Thank you so much for that raid. I don't recognize that name. Have you raided here before? Whether you have or you haven't, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. And how is your stream? Tell me all about it. I want to hear. Duke and Raiders. That was Duke's stream. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Talking about fossils, fossil science, dinosaurs in particular, since that's what I work on. Trying to give you an inside peek into how fossil science works, you know? Today we're talking about the new film 65, which I just saw last night. We're talking about its portrayal of the ancient past, of dinosaurs, that kind of thing. And we're off on a little tangent right now about... Anyway, we'll get to it. But, Wizard Raid, thank you, Wizards, for your raid, and welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. We were dreaded here by a certain Blinkster 2. And we're here to science the business out of things.
Living dinosaur.
And, Artem sir. Aretum sir. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Here, we've got some new folks here, and it's actually been a little while since we've played a welcome video. Aretum sir, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to play you a little welcome video to kind of introduce any new folks to the channel. Give them a, some idea of who I am, where I came from, what in the world a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch. So without further ado, let's call forth previously recorded Danny. And he'll tell you a little bit about this real quick. And you know what? He is already sidling up behind me. So we will give him center stage here. And previously recorded, Danny, take it away. Well, thanks, present day, Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country. A dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on a range,
where the deer and the antelope play,
where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to our new friend Duke Euphoria. Thank you for your raid. And Geo Jim snuck in there with a raid too. Geo Jim, I know you had to run, but thank you for your raid. I appreciate you, and welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. Today, of course, we're talking about that movie 65, which I just saw last night. We're talking about its portrayal of dinosaurs, its portrayal of the Mesozoic era, and what that can tell us about what Hollywood thinks of paleontology and its impact on the public's understanding of fossil science. So that's our topic for the day. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, and roses and tea, yep. I've got different accompanying singers for several of these different videos, but those are my former students. So yeah, fun times ahead indeed, Duke Euphoria. Yes, indeed. But yeah. So for one thing, we were talking about the film 65, and I was a little bit confused when I saw the trailer for this. Yeah. What was going on here? So Adam Driver and this girl played by Ariana Greenblatt, they crash land on Earth 65 million years ago. Even though 65 million years ago is a full million years after the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. So in watching the film, I realized, and this is not a spoiler, they show it right at the beginning of the movie, that they're supposed to be space aliens. Adam Driver and this gal are space aliens from another planet. Yeah. Although, here in the trailer, they call them humans, even though they're not humans. This kind of gets into a thing where, this is like a trope in science fiction, where intelligent life from other planets is shown as being, like, identical to humans. Except maybe sometimes there's like, oh, they have pointy ears and weird eyebrows. Or their forehead looks a little funny, but otherwise they're identical to a human. You know? Let's talk a little bit about that. This is a tangent, but I think it's a worthwhile one to get into. Let's talk about it here. Yeah.
In the 5th episode of the original series of Star Trek, the show tries to pass off what is clearly someone's dog with a horn taped to its head as an alien life form. It's pretty hilarious to revisit, not just to see the actors make a heroic attempt to stay in character while carrying this thing around, but also because this unicorn dog doesn't seem distinct enough from life on Earth to make a believable alien. But this raises an interesting question. If there is life elsewhere in the universe, just how alien will aliens look? It's a question many scientists and sci-fi authors have speculated on, and is a fascinating rabbit hole to go down. So, for this entry into the archive, we'll explore relevant phenomena in evolution and physics.
We're not going to watch this whole video.
Extraterrestrials are more likely to look like Earth animals or something far stranger.
I mean, well, for one thing, Earth animals, there's a tremendous diversity of life on Earth that looks extremely different. You're like, holy cow. If we're just looking at creatures who have what we would call intelligence, if we're going to narrow it down from all life on Earth to just creatures that we would consider intelligent, whatever that means, you know, you can have wildly, wildly different creatures. And Morbid Bell, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Yeah. For instance...
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Were the dinosaurs in 65 a huge part of the movie, or more of an afterthought?
They were somewhere in between, Triceratops. They kind of show up periodically, but I wouldn't say they're a huge part of the movie. No, in fact, they're shown pretty sparingly for the most part. And a lot of the creatures that they show are not actually dinosaurs either. Like, I wouldn't consider them dinosaurs. But anyway. Yeah, here. for an example of a creature that we would, I think, rightfully consider intelligent, which is completely different from us humans. Take a look at this.
My octopus is showing impressive color changes of her own.
Yep. How cool is that?
You should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
That crawls into 65 girls' mouth reminded me of the mind control bugs in Star Trek 2, Wrath of Khan.
Me too, a little bit, Blue Laser, except it looked more, more like a terrestrial arthropod. It kind of reminded me of like almost like a bobbit worm or something, actually. But Blue Laser, thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And Tactile, you work with Blue Ring Octopus. Very cool. I remember you saying that, Tactile. Octopus are such fascinating animals. And they've also developed a degree of intelligence, however you want to define that. But they're fairly alien creatures. So my point in showing you this is, like, if we're talking about intelligent creatures on some far-off planet, and they look just like humans, like in 65, Adam Driver and Koa, the girl, are supposed to be aliens, and yet they look exactly like humans. They are humans, effectively. Like, those actors are very much human. What a failure of imagination. Sort of. I get that they're supposed to be really relatable, and if it hadn't been for the quality of their acting, that movie would have been a garbage fire. And thank you, Ella V, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But anyway, we, human beings, consider ourselves intelligent. We consider octopus to be pretty intelligent. They're very clever creatures. Think about how different we are from them. We're inhabitants of the same planet. We both evolved here on Earth. Check this out.
We've seen how closely the octopus we have here at the house is watching our eyes.
Yeah.
You look at them and you feel like they're looking back. That's not an illusion. They are looking back.
They are. This is from the documentary Octopus in My House, which I would highly recommend. In fact, let me find a link for anybody who would like to Daily Motion? Wow, there it is. Full thing. There's a link right there. Take a look. Very, very cool. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And Bette Midler, you were about to see Bette Midler, yeah. Yeah. Mr. Potato Head? A Lego house? So listen, PBS. It's so good, isn't it? Princess Bookworm? Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Very cool. Very neat. Yeah. They're playing catch, Aberrant, yeah. Yep. Yeah. So they called the octopus Heidi because before she became more comfortable around them, she would just hide all the time. So they named her Heidi, which is a great name, honestly. It's really good. And Hugin has requested a dinosaur deep dive there. Hugin, thank you. We will cover that dinosaur tomorrow. We'll talk about Erlikosaurus. Yes, or maybe Thursday. Tomorrow we're spending a lot of time on Ceratosaurus. We might cover it Thursday. But thank you, Hugin. Appreciate you. Erlikosaurus, excellent dinosaur. Yeah. And Saturn VA, hey, Saturn 5A, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Very cool. So this is a creature that also shares our Earth with us today. We are contemporary with octopus. We are both Earthlings. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Anybody see the movie Arrival? Yeah, we'll be talking about that in a little bit too. But yeah, again, that was from Octopus in My House. Superb documentary. If you've never seen it, holy cow, are you missing out? But yeah, not the Charlie Sheen one. No, the one with Amy Adams. Yeah. So anyway, the whole reason that we watched that is that to an evolutionary biologist or a paleontologist watching a film like 65, you know, it does say at the beginning, basically, yeah, Adam Driver and the gal Koa, played by, what was her name? Ariana Greenblatt? Yeah. They're supposed to be space aliens. And they, like, explicitly say this in text on the screen during the movie. I wrote it down. Yeah, this is like at the very, very beginning, in the first minute of the film, it says, prior to the advent of mankind and the infinity of space, other civilizations explored the heavens. So they're supposed to be space aliens, you know? And this writer who missed the first few minutes of the movie, I guess that was kind of the cornerstone of her article, and that's what makes it really amusing. I'll share this with you. But she was really confused by that. And, yeah. Anyway, to me, those parts at the beginning almost felt kind of tacked on. That text on the screen felt very out of place in that movie, and I do wonder if this is the studio meddling in the creative vision of this film, just kind of messing things up. You know? Saying, oh, I don't know if audiences will really get this, because we assume that they're really dumb, like we are as studio executives, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's it's pretty amusing that, yeah, these are supposed to be space aliens. But anyway, we see this, it's a trope in science fiction. Space aliens are far too human. Yeah, they're from the planet Somaris. I wrote this down. And I think, was it Zoe Saldana is supposed to be Adam Driver's partner? Wife or partner, Zoe Saldana? It looked like her anyway. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. So I could kind of give you a brief run through of the movie. There might be a few spoilers here, but I'll keep it really, really light. So of course the ship crash lands on Earth. We already saw that part. Saw that on the trailer. There's a number of different creatures that appear that don't really play any importance to the plot. There's a big fish thing that swings by. Swims by Adam Driver. We only see, like, the very top of it. I think it even showed up in one of the trailers, too. Yeah. Let's see. Here we go. Anyway. The ship is struck by an undocumented asteroid belt. Adam Driver crash lands it into Earth. This all happens within the first 10 minutes of the film. I was kind of astonished at how quickly this occurs. It's just bow, 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 bow. There it goes, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, so he's walking around, and then first thing that swims by, this enormous fishy thing. And, Artumzar, thank you so much for those 5 gift subs.
Artumzar really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Artumzar, thank you for those 5 gift subs. And for subscribing yourself.
Forever.
Thank you very, very much. Holy cow. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Thank you for making it so that 5 more people will not have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. You're literally putting food on my table through your support. Artumzar, do you have a preferred way for me to pronounce your name? Please tell me if you do. But, appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. Holy cow. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Here's some more bits just for fun. Plants.
And thank you, Scary Printer Sounds. Fun indeed. Appreciate those 100 bits. Thank you. We're close to a hype train here. Yeah, holy moly. And Amelia Bedelia says, not only do I learn more about dinosaurs, but I learn other interesting things. Amelia Bedelia, that's the thing about dinosaur science, about paleontology in general, is that what is paleontology but the study of ancient life, you know? It's this really cool combination of biology and geology and everything that comes along with that. You know? The more that you know about modern creatures, or about the history of life on, or, you know, about the rock record, or about physics, or chemistry, or just about any field can be applicable to the study of paleontology. We've got an extremely broad field here, and it touches on so many different subjects. There are other paleontologists who have a background in physics, in chemistry, in art history, in, you know, maybe wilderness first aid or, you know, engineering. There are paleontologists who have a background in botany, in insects, in bacteriology. No matter what your area of expertise is, chances are there's some way that could be used to contribute to the study of fossils. Yeah. So yeah. Metallurgy, welding, there you go, Jody Fish. Yes, indeed. Yeah. How do you think we make amazing, you know, mounts for dinosaur fossils? We gotta weld those things together, you know? Metallurgy, absolutely, Jody Fish. Yes, indeed. So yeah. So anyway, thank you, Scary Printer Sounds for the 100 bits. And thank you, Artumser, for your generous support. I appreciate that more than you even know. Thank you for that. And look, we're at 26 out of 40 subs for our goal for the day. That's what, like 60, 70%? Not too shabby. Yeah. Graphic designers, color specialists, paint mixers, absolutely, Jody Fish, yeah. Computer scientists, programmers,
The Lenino gifted a tier 1 sub to Scary Printer Sounds.
Thank you, Lenina. I appreciate that very, very much, Lenina. Excellent. That is exquisite. Yeah. Very nice. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah, shoot. One of the people who made tremendous discoveries in the Hell Creek Formation, the guy who found this baby Triceratops, his name was Harley Garbani. Does anybody know what his profession was? Harley Garbani?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Choo choo.
Thank you, Rizu Dego, for those 100 bits. We got a hype train going here. Beautiful. Here is Harley Garbani, an avocational collector of vertebrate fossils who's worked with, both the LACM, Los Angeles County Museum, and with UCMP, the University of California Museum of Paleontology. Anyway, he's a plumber. He was a plumber. Harley Garbani was a plumber. He discovered some truly incredible fossils throughout his life. At one point, I think he held the record for the human being on our planet who discovered the most Tyrannosaurus specimens. So yeah. Yep. Here's his obituary in the Los Angeles Times. Yeah. Fossil hunter unearthed significant dinosaur finds. He was a one-time plumber who gained unexpected renown pursuing his lifelong avocation as a fossil hunter who discovered some of the world's most significant dinosaur fossils. Here, if you want to read more about him, here is a link. He's a legend. And he found the baby Triceratops right here, from which we can reconstruct that skeleton right there. You wouldn't have the skull if it weren't for Harley Garbani, you know? So, big paleontologizing salute to him. So, yeah. I think one of the things that makes our field so cool is that just about anybody can contribute to it. It doesn't necessarily take a fancy advanced degree. It doesn't take, a wealthy background, or, your parents don't have to both be PhDs or whatever. It takes dedication and effort, gumption, and some smarts, You know, I might be a little light on those sometimes, but, you know, I've got enough that I can contribute every now and again. Publish papers and stuff. But yeah. Yeah. Sometimes all it takes is a willing heart and a vehicle full of snacks. There you go, Jody Fish. Sure. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Even you, FMSSK. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah. Yeah. So what were we talking about? We were talking about 65. Let's get back to that, shall we? Let's talk about the depiction of the dinosaurs in this film, because I know that's something that many of you were curious about. And there might be some spoilers here. I will not spoil the ending of this film, but I will talk about a few of the creatures that we see that show up. So yeah. Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah. One of the Tyrannosaurs at LACM was found by Harley. Indeed, Rodan, yes. Yes. And also getting hit by an asteroid is harder than the movie makers make it seem. It's true, Ambervix. That's true. That's actually one of my notes that I took there. But, yeah. For one thing, and I think I can find you... Where did this go? Come on now. There we go. Just a few, what I thought were semi-humorous observations that I made. I don't know, things that amused me at least. I don't know how humorous these observations are, but things that I found amusing were, for one thing, here, I'll show you a still here. And these might come from some questionable sources, but, anyway, here. Nope. There we go. Yeah. I don't know what sort of claw that was supposed to be. Here's some very questionable looking bones there. And a skull of what appears to be... Well, it looks very similar to the skull of Sue, the T-Rex. Very small, well, I don't know, kind of weird looking antorbital fenestra there. This is a very Sue-esque skull. And this appeared in a lot of the art and stuff like that for the film. There we go. There it is right there. Yeah. This looks a lot like... Thank you, Selena Court, for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, it looks a lot like the reconstructed skull of Sue. You know, there's a lot of space in between the anterior part of the antorbital fenestra and the nares there. This is clearly based on the skull of Sue. In fact, they may have even gotten their hands on a cast of Sue's skull. But you see it? Yeah, Claire Burr. Yeah, that and that. See it? Yeah. Anyway, so he landed in the Dakotas. Although Sue is from, I recall, the earlier part of the Hell Creek Formation. Sue, I think, is about 68 million years old. Although this is supposed to be 65 million years old, so all bets are off, I guess, you know? Anyway. Yeah. And Ambervix says, do they quiz you on T-Rex? There's only a few of them in the world, Ambervix, and you really get to know them. Like, here, I can show you. This morning I was at the museum in Berkeley. Let me show you a picture. Yeah. Here is me with the Wonkel Rex right here. This used to be MOR specimen 555 until we sent it off to Washington, D.C. Anyway, there's, like, probably about 10 good Tyrannosaurus skulls in the whole world. And you get to know them like old friends when you see them often enough, you know? So, like, I can do a Google image search and I can tell you which specimens these are. Tyrannosaurus skull. So let's see. Right there. That's like a weird sculpt or something. I'm not sure who that is. This is Stan, obviously. Stan, you can tell because the teeth are wrenched out of his skull, and he's got this big old antorbital fenestra there. All that stuff. This is the Wonkel Rex right here. And I could pick this off, you know, 100 yards. That's the Wonkel Rex. There's a few others, like I could show you Black Beauty. There's Sue right there. I can tell this is Sue. There's Sue again right there on the right. That's her reconstructed skull. The original skull of Sue is all kind of crushed. There's AMNH 5027, the American Museum specimen. So yeah. You really get to know these critters after a while. Here's UCMP's cast. That's the one I saw this morning. UCMP's cast of the Wonkel Rex. And I wish this would embiggen properly, and I don't think it will. Anyway, there it is there. Here's Stan again. Everybody knows Stan. There's Sue's original skull. There you go. All crushed, but you can still tell it's her. So yeah. But yeah. Anyway. So yeah, you really get to know these specimens after a while, and that's why I thought this really looked like Sue right here. And you know what? I really think either they modeled this after Sue or they got a Sue skull cast. But, yeah, there you go. Now, as the film progresses, there are a number of other creatures that show up. Most of them are supposed to be dinosaurs, even if that doesn't necessarily make the most sense. There we go. Whoop, hang on a minute. Shoot. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I did think it was amusing that there was, like, Spanish moss everywhere in some of these scenes. It really did remind me of... They clearly, like, took a cue from, oh, there's the big fishy thing. Oh, before we talk about the Spanish moss, I thought, is this Amia right here? We get these big fishes in the Hell Creek Formation. They're not big like that, but they're big enough. They could be like this big or like that big. Bowfin. These critters are still around today, and they existed during Hell Creek times. We've got fossils of them. Really cool critters. Bowfin. They are really neat animals. Anybody here ever encounter any bowfin? But, yeah, I thought maybe that's what this critter was. Right here, cruising through the swamp. I mean, it's way too big. But you know what? I'm trying to make it feasible, you know? Anyway, bowfin are really cool fishes, and they date all the way back to the Cretaceous period, if not the Jurassic. They are really neat, and they're good parents too. Yeah. So those are a bunch of fry little baby bowfin. And then here comes the parent, not to eat them, obviously, but to watch over them. These are such cool fishes. And look at that undulating dorsal fin there.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world. Living creatures from the dawn of time. What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Octavius King, thank you for the...
And their 58 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet, sweet havoc.
And I'm glad they have. Octavius, how was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you? Great to have you here. Holy moly. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Yeah. Octavius King, today on our broadcast, we're talking about that film 65. I just saw it last night. And we're talking about its portrayal of dinosaurs, and yeah, we're about to go into why the dinosaurs in that were honestly really disappointing and really lousy. They kind of ruined what could have otherwise been an okay movie. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Octavius, how did your stream go? How are the rats doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. This is a creature called a bowfin. This is the kind of fish that we still have around today. And I was just kind of semi-jokingly speculating that that was this monstrous creature that is glimpsed in the film. You can see it in the trailer, too. Right there. We do have bowfin in the Hell Creek, but they're not that big. Anyway. And we also have them in the Paleocene. Which is actually 65 million years ago. But yeah. Yeah. And there are tips when fishing to tell the difference between the bowfin and the snakehead. Well, they got totally different fins, Kennedy. What? Do people actually have difficulty with that? They're like entirely different groups of fishes yeah. They're so different. And Ambervic says, how did bowfin survive the asteroid? It turns out freshwater fishes actually did pretty okay. Here, I'll show you this real quick. I actually need to ask her about this to see what the deal is. But, yeah. Here's a neat little graphic here. I need to figure out where this is actually from, but I trust the source of it pretty implicitly. So this, let's annotate it. Yeah. Here we go. So, percent, and you know what? Let's make that blue. It'll be easier to see. Maybe? Maybe we'll make it black? Yeah. There we go. Percent. Extinction rate. 66 million years ago. So, of all these creatures right here, in these different groups, this is the percentage at which those groups went extinct. The number of species. If we're going like at a species level, this is the percentage of number of species that went extinct. So 100% of the non-avian dinosaurs go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. 90% of mammals go extinct. Our ancestors happened to squeak through. Like, literally, they were little squeaky guys. 92% of lizards and snakes also went extinct. 94% of birds. But when you start to get into, like, freshwater environments, the numbers drop significantly. Only 22% of salamanders and newts died out. Only 22% of turtles. Only 20% of crocodilians and champsosaurs. And then 40% of fishes. Bowfins managed to survive. So, yeah, they actually didn't do as well as the reptiles or amphibians you see there. But yeah. Anyway, at any rate, fishes did a lot better. Freshwater fishes did a lot better than the poor mammals right here. You know? 90% is, it's a pretty significant extinction rate. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and their fins are quite different. Yes, indeed, Kennedy, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Anywho, I hope that makes some sense there. But yeah, yeah. So was that a bowfin? It wasn't. It clearly wasn't supposed to be a bowfin. They're just going for some generic monster swimming through right here. But, you know... yeah, whatever. Generic monster is something that actually shows up again and again throughout this. There are a few creatures that are supposed to be dinosaurs, and a few creatures that are supposed to be pterosaurs. Actually, the pterosaurs in this film were some of the least objectionable creatures, I thought. And, let's see here. Try and pull those up. Where did they go? Oh man, that Oviraptorosaur was pretty terrible. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. The pterosaurs, honestly, not awful. They could have been a lot worse. So these creatures, they kind of reminded me of like a tapajarid or something like that. I'm not a pterosaur guy. But, I thought the pterosaurs by far were the most believable and authentic of all of the Mesozoic creatures that they show on here. Something significantly less believable was this creature, which is like, was it a weird relic Lagasukian? Is it some sort of Archosaur relative? Like, what in the world is this thing supposed to be? And clearly it's just like a generic monster that they made up for this, you know? But one thing that I kept returning to, whether it's this or whether it's the, like, Dromaeosaur, Deinonychosaur type creatures that they keep showing, you know what it actually reminded me of? And I had to look up the name. I thought, that looks like a really weird, leathery-looking Muppet. And there was, like, a particular... It's like if they made this particular Muppet out of leather. And actually, that reminds me of something. Yeah. Let me just be self-indulgent for a second here. Or rather, indulge me for a second here. Anyway, the creatures from this, I don't know if it was just that they felt, well, I don't know. Everything about this movie except the acting felt cheap. I gotta tell you. Like a made-for-TV movie. And those creatures there, they really did look to me, you know, almost like leather Muppets. Yeah. They've got sprawling limbs, so they're very clearly not supposed to be... Well, they're not dinosaurs, and they're not, you know, some sort of derived, Rawasukian or a descendant of Sorasuchus or something like that. Like, they just clearly made this creature up. So yeah. But what it actually reminded me of, that and the dromaeosaurs both have like this aspect about them where they really reminded me of like a particular Muppet character whose name I actually had to look up. It's one of the like villain Muppets. And apparently he's called Uncle Deadly. But yeah. Both the dromaeosaurs or Deinonychosaurs and those weird leather Muppets reminded me tremendously of this, and that there's just like something that's made up, you know? No, yeah. Just kind of like a sneering, beady-eyed, like, kind of creature. They clearly just, like, made this up for the movie, you know? So yeah. Good old Uncle Deadly. See, do people know the name of this Muppet? I had to look it up. Yeah. But yeah. It's Friday. I'm done designing Crittersaurus. There you go, Gojira. Yeah. And one of your favorites. Oh, there you go, Indrak. Okay. Yeah. I want to say I remember him from Muppet Treasure Island. I don't know. It was years and years ago. I don't know. Yeah. Deep fake Uncle Deadly into 60. There you go, Blue Laser. Yeah. But, yeah. And he looks terrifying, but is like a super loyal, nice friend to Miss Piggy. Part of her entourage, is that right? So anyway. This creature, right here, really reminded me of him, as did the Deinonychosaurs/Dromaeosaurs. Yeah. Where were they? Here, I'm trying to find you a picture here. Or maybe even a short clip. But the little dromaeosaur type critters, they actually show up in the trailer, don't they? Let me see if I can find them there. And Kaizen65, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. We're talking about the film 65 today. So, yeah. Natty Pup, how are you doing? Good to have you here. Yeah. Look at all those chickens. Lovolox, thank you for the follow. And welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Excellent. Yeah.
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
It's a good message. Natty Pup, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah. For anybody who is here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So I dig up dinosaurs. I study them, as you can probably tell. Look at my office here. And nowadays I publish on dinosaurs. I talk about them 5 days out of every week, every weekday, here on Paleontologizing. So if you've got questions about dinosaurs, don't be shy. Today we're talking about the film 65, right here, which I just saw last night, and this is the latest, major Hollywood film to feature dinosaurs. And, so we're talking about it. And the dinosaurs in this are not particularly great. And there is actually one of the creatures I was just looking for. Yeah. Let's change our playback speed here to 0.25. And... yeah, anyway. There's our spindly little dromaeosaur type critter. Man, it's just blink and you miss it, you know? But yeah, these guys also... Hypatia Tulip. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I, appreciate you. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Hypatia. Like Hypatia of Alexandria, right? Kaizen says, thank you. I don't know anything about them, so I'm in the right place. Welcome, Kaizen. You are in the right place. Great to have you here. Yeah. And Blue Laser says, I think I'd have fewer issues with the dinosaur designs if they were even a little bit colorful. Yeah, all of the dinosaurs are gray or kind of grayish green or greenish gray, you know? It was disappointing like that. We now think that dinosaurs would have been incredibly, well, many of them were incredibly vibrant, colorful animals with crazy display structures on their heads or on their bodies. It would have been very, very flamboyant type creatures. We try and reflect that here with our emotes, you know? Which these aren't even the most vibrant, but anyway, yeah. Stegosaurus in particular, with those crazy bony plates on its back, would have been probably a really flamboyant dinosaur. Very visually striking. Maybe not quite like you see here. Retweeted this earlier because I found it really amusing. It's actually not the coloration in this that I object to, but it's the posture. It's got sprawled forelimbs and its neck is like its throat's like on the ground, and as is its tail. Anyway, I just thought that was really funny. That's why I got the Tildens right there. The spine is just going like that. But anyway, you know, the coloration is okay on this. We don't know what color Stegosaurus was yet. So that's fine, but man, the posture could use some work. Yeah. Downward Stego, there you go, Basil, yes. Yeah. And RX Gaming says, you know what would have made this a better design? That advertised them as dinosaurs in the first place. Treat them more like aliens that look dinosaur-esque. I mean, that's the thing, RX Gaming, yeah, is that they didn't make any effort to really make them look like real dinosaurs in the film.
In that brief moment, we alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Crazy Nut DK, thank you for the 17 months of support.
Hey there.
Hey there to you too, and thank you for supporting me for the past 17 months. Keeping me here on the air. I appreciate you, Crazy Nut. Thank you, thank you. So yeah. But they really hit you over the head with the idea that this is indeed Earth 65 million years ago, which is really funny. Because, because 65 million years ago, that's a full million years after the asteroid struck. Oh, boy. So, yeah, where's the title cards here? 65 million years ago. There you go. Anyway, yeah. Sloppy Salamander says, looking at the quadrupedal guy. We'll get to that, Sloppy. Holy cow. I thought that was abysmal. At least the other ones are, like, generally supposed to be modeled after real dinosaurs. We'll talk about what I think happened with that one later. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. The one dinosaur that I think I maybe found the most objectionable, except for that last one, was, and I don't want to give you any spoilers here, but what in the world was this supposed to be? Take a look. It's got armor plates, it's got big cartoony eyes, and then, oh. Anyway, it gets into a fight with these other animals. But, yeah. It's like bipedal, it's not a scelidosaur. Is it supposed to be a scelidosaur? It's got an oversized head. Is it supposed to be a baby ankylosaur? I don't know what in the world it was supposed to be. They're basically just making things up. Which is ridiculous, because the reason that people came to see this, in part, was to see dinosaurs. And if you're just making up nonsense animals, it might as well just be set on another planet. If you're going to have it be set on Earth at the end of the Cretaceous period, show us dinosaurs. Don't just make up nonsense, you know, just completely out of left field creatures. If you're going to do that, set it on another planet and make them aliens, you know? I don't know, I just don't understand that. I really, really don't. In fact, I kind of feel like that whole scene that was added there, with the girl kind of like rescuing this creature out of the tar pit, it felt like an afterthought. I felt like that was something that was added in post or something like that. It felt tacked on somehow. It didn't feel like it was part of the original idea for the film. It felt like it was just kind of slapped on there, and there are a lot of parts of this film that felt that way. It felt like studio meddling. Just about everything that was done in post kind of felt like that to me, honestly. The character drama was fine. Got some fine acting. Very talented actors here. But just about anything that required computer graphics kind of felt just slapped together, tacked on, like sci-fi original movie level garbage. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Triceratops, well, they couldn't get the rights to Star Wars, or I'm sure they would have. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Going back through my notes again. I showed you the... And should we see that one more time? No, that's okay. I don't want to spoil that, but... What in the world was that animal even supposed to be? You know? Yeah, here. Take a look at some of my notes. I took extensive notes on this. Yeah. I did note that the Spanish moss everywhere reminded me of T-Rex Back to the Cretaceous. Which, super long-time viewers of this channel, I don't even know if there's anybody here who remembers this far back. But, yeah. Holy cow. Here is a trailer for this. And it kind of felt on the same level as this, except the dinosaurs in this were a whole lot better. The Spanish moss really reminded me of it. Take a look.
In a place where the past has been buried for 65 million years.
Yeah, you whack that hoodoo guy.
Is about to make
it's probably ornithomimist, I think.
An earth-shaking discovery.
This is an original IMAX dramatic film.
Okay, up here where the rocks have been kicked away when Les fell, I think there's something you should see.
Maybe it's an egg?
Well, let's get it back to the museum and we'll run some tests. Who knows what we'll find?
Maybe it's a T-Rex egg.
No one's ever found a Tyrannosaurus egg before.
It's speculation, drawn on fact.
For his daughter Allie, who shares her father's passion for science.
Has anybody else seen this?
Prehistoric find will unlock a mysterious world where the past comes alive.
Oh, this is great. I really love this. This is actually... I really loved this when I was a kid. Yeah.
Where are you?
So she...
To be transported into a land of...
So good. Oh man, we watched this very early on in my streams. Holy cow, this was like maybe the first couple months that I was streaming. We watched this whole thing. But yeah. So basically, this gal, Allie, she's the daughter of a prominent Canadian paleontologist who works at the Royal Tyrrell Museum. It clearly is the Royal Tyrrell Museum. They've like filmed on location there. She drops this potential Tyrannosaurus egg on the ground, and all this like gas comes out of it. It goes, and she breathes that in, and then she just goes on a trip, and she travels back to the Cretaceous.
Infinite wonder.
Yeah. It's really great. But this is what I was talking about. This is the same kind of environment right here. All this Spanish moss everywhere. In fact, they honestly probably did a better job doing this than in 65. 65 honestly felt cheaper than this. You know, an IMAX original film from 1999 or whatever, you know? Yeah. Look at all that Spanish moss. Yeah.
IMAX Film Distribution invites you to experience the next evolution in motion picture entertainment.
No! A much better Tyrannosaurus back in 1999, you know?
T-Rex, back to the Cretaceous.
There you go.
Bigger than you can imagine on the giant IMAX screen.
Good stuff. It's exceedingly goofy. I would recommend that if you've never seen it. It's a good time. Much less self-serious than 65 was. 65 has its moments. It's literally saved by the acting prowess of the two leads. But honestly, just about everything else it felt cheap. It felt like a made-for-TV movie. Everything felt slapped together. You could just feel the studio executives, like, you could sense they're meddling in this, and they're, like, recutting things, and, like, oh, this didn't test well with the focus group audience, or whatever. But yeah. Anyway, was there any grass in 65? Oh, boy, was there, Lenina. Holy moly, was there so much grass, which is... Again, they're not going to care about this in a movie like this. But yeah, there was a tremendous amount of grass everywhere. Just big open grassy fields and stuff. You know, here we go. Let me pull up this clip right here.
You're not going to believe this, but I'm turning into a dinosaur.
Thanks to Ed Benahal for my sub gift.
Confused Echidna. Thank you, Confused Echidna, for the 25 months of support right there. And thank you, Benny Hill, for that sub-gift, too, helping them along. Echidna, it is great to have you here. One of my longest-running subscribers, Confused Echidna. Thank you. And the first one to trigger that new alert. Did you enjoy it? Anyway. Yeah. And Triceratops says 65 had its moments. They will advertise the movie with that quote of yours if you aren't too careful. Yeah, 65 for the most part was garbage. But it had some good performances in it. 2 good performances in it. There's only like 4... There's probably 4 credited actors in the whole film. I think there's only 4 human characters. 2 of whom only appear in flashbacks or in holograms. So yeah. Anyway, here's a quick clip right here. There's just grass everywhere in this, you know? Lots and lots of grass. I don't know where on location they filmed this. It could have been the Florida Everglades or, like, southern Georgia or Louisiana. I don't know. Anyway, there's grass everywhere. Grasses did not exist at the time. So yeah. But yeah, it's great to see you too, Echidna. Welcome back, my friend. How are you doing? Yeah. So yeah, and you think it was filmed in Oregon, really? I could kind of see that, actually. Yeah. Okay. An Aberrantologist says it always bothers me when the media depicts the Cretaceous looking like a golf course. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of golf courses in Florida, unfortunately. And there's a lot of place, you know, I think they filmed the Cretaceous scenes in when dinosaurs roamed America. In Florida, didn't they? Florida or Georgia or somewhere. Yeah. All of this stuff here, I'm pretty sure they filmed this in Florida or somewhere nearby. Yeah. And there's a lot of grass here, too. So even documentaries don't always get this part right. You know? So yeah. Yeah. You know, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. I'll say that. 65 could have done worse than it did. Although, this is an interesting point. Here we've got Edmontosaurus here, formerly known as Anatotitan. Or Anatotitan, as John Goodman pronounces it, which is really funny. Here. Poor John Goodman. I heard he was so frustrated by all of this. I think Jim was telling me that he was just really, really frustrated by the, you know, pronouncing all these different dinosaur names. He added an extra at in there. Not Anatotitan. He says Anatotitan. Anatotitan. Oh boy. Anyway, so yeah, even documentaries that are otherwise pretty good get these things wrong occasionally too. So, you know, we got to be fair with our criticisms here, I suppose, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Like Tradoon, yeah. Do we need a sound clip of John Goodman saying Anatotitan? Yeah, a peaceful creature. There you go, Kirsten Games. Yes, indeed. Yeah. But yeah. You're not gonna remember how to spell that? Well, you'll see. You'll get plenty of help in chat, I suppose. But yeah, you can never go overboard on ferns. Well, in the Hell Creek, here's the thing. Yeah. Well, here's a little... Somebody very helpfully put together a video on the Plant Encyclopedia from the game Saurian. So this is an independently produced video game, which, ooh, good stuff. They really went all out with the plants on this. They wanted to get them as accurate and authentic as possible. Every plant that you see in this little encyclopedia is one that we actually have fossil evidence of from the Hell Creek Formation. From the very end of the age of dinosaurs, just before the asteroid strikes, there's, you know, an Osmunda-type fern. There's a Bennettitale. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Shoot, I was just talking to some paleobotanists today. There's a ginkgo tree. These are the plants that we actually have fossil evidence of. We know that these were around at the same time as the last of the non-avian dinosaurs. There's Metasequoia. We still have members of genus Metasequoia around today, and a sequoia tree like this, like a giant sequoia or like a coast redwood. This is like a redwood tree right here. Yeah. There's a cypress tree. Oh, yeah. Yeah, good stuff. And this is from the game Saurian. I cannot recommend this game highly enough. It's really, really excellent. Yeah, there's some little laurels right there. That's a false ficus, it looks like. Another laurel, perhaps. And there's some palms. So these are the kinds of plants that would be around at the time. Notice no grasses so far. Yeah. And Saurian, I would say it's really fun to play Dilophomenosauros. Yeah, yeah. It's my favorite dinosaur game to play, for sure. So yeah, yeah. Good stuff. Like, I think Saurian is 100 times more fun than, like, Jurassic World Evolution or something like that. I'm not a big fan of, like, park builder games like that. They generate so much busy work for you. With this, you're a dinosaur, you run around, you look at other dinosaurs. That's what I'm about, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And Cannabaceae, that's not actually related to cannabis. But, anyway. So don't get too excited. But it does superficially resemble cannabis. Yeah. And Dinosaur Fossil Hunter... Yeah, I've not played that since I played it on stream, Jodyfish, yeah. In fact, the only times I've played video games over the past year have been on stream. And when's the last time I played a game on stream? I can't remember. So yeah, it might have been like a year ago. Anyway. But yeah, yeah. And here's a link to that video right there. If you just search Saurian plants, you'll find it on YouTube there, Claire. But there's a link. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and thank you for the hydrates there. You know, I'm an adult. I can I'm not gonna keel over. I'm not gonna die of thirst. Keep your seats, everybody. Don't worry. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. You never know, says Afro-Romantic Girl. So far I've known. I've not even once in my life have I died of thirst, so I generally think I know. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Chat, you're not my real dad. You can't tell me when to drink water. You're not my real dad, chat. Anyway. Yeah. Let's get back to our discussion here of a 65. Let's see what else I was talking about here in my notes. Yeah. It was really distressing to me that, you know, a full 25 years now at this point, we've known that dinosaurs had feathers. That Deinonychosaurs, the relatives of, you know, Velociraptor, Deinonychus, Troodon, all those critters. We know that these critters had feathers all over their bodies. And we've known this for 25 years at this point, for a quarter century. And movies like 65, I guess the producers, they probably got notes from the producers, you know, studio notes, saying, oh, nope, can't put feathers on any of the dinosaurs. And so they didn't. So the creatures that were shown on screen are a solid quarter century out of date, you know? Really disappointing. I mean, for crying out loud, even Jurassic World started putting feathers on some of their dinosaurs, albeit in a really embarrassing way, last year with Jurassic World Dominion. How is 65 even worse than Jurassic World Dominion in that respect? It was certainly a better movie than Jurassic World Dominion. At least, yeah, I don't know. Its plot made more sense. But yeah, yeah. Anyway. It would have gotten too expensive to put feathers on the dinosaurs, says Zevin. I disagree, because Zevin, they had little quills on them. And they had to animate those. And there have been lots and lots of other movies that have had animated feathers, you know? Yeah. Here. What was that movie with the owls called? Legendary Guardians or something? Legendary Guardians of the That's not it. Not of the Galaxy. Legend of the Guardians. Okay. The Owls of Ga'Hoole. There you go. I never saw this. But here's a film that came out in 2010. And they've got beautiful feathery animations on their dinosaurs, their owls. This is absolutely doable. I do not buy the idea that, like, oh yeah, feathers are just too difficult to animate. They're not. They're really, really not. Like, yeah. That's the thing, is that it's... I refuse to believe that the digital artists, the effects artists who work on 65, I don't think that they're a bunch of drooling ingrates and that they, like, oh, we don't know how to animate feathers. No, they could do that. I'm sure they could. These are very talented, hardworking people. They're masters of their craft. They're following studio notes. It's the executives, you know? Who don't know what they're doing here. So yeah. Tell them to watch Prehistoric Planet. There you go, Rodan. There you go. You know? Holy cow, that's something that had probably significantly less than the budget of, significantly less than the budget of, 65, and yet you've got beautiful feathers on these animals. There's a Tyrannosaur, Chonshusaurus. Just exquisite. You know? And these dinosaurs are so much more compelling than the creatures that you see in 65, which could barely be considered dinosaurs, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Could I say what again? Oh, Chonshusaurus? Sloppy salamander? Well, I bet you David Attenborough says it here. And he's probably had a lot more coaching than I've had. So let's hear how he says it. So how does he say it? I say Chonshusaurus. Chionjosaurus, he says. Chionjosaurus. Okay. Yeah. But, anyway, we've got some beautiful feathered dinosaurs in here doing their thing. Yeah, there's... What are those? Those aren't, Conchoraptor. Those are... Shoot! Who are the big old ornithomimosaurs? There's so many ornithomimosaurs in Asia in the late Cretaceous. Corythoraptor. Corythoraptor. That's what they are. Yeah. But look at how beautiful this is. Holy cow. Yeah. And you even got some decent coloration there, too, you know? Yeah. What a compelling animal. I mean, this looks like... It looks almost photorealistic. It really looks like it's there. Again, most of the dinosaurs and other creatures in 65, they kind of looked like Muppets that were made out of leather. You know? They looked like Uncle Deadly from the Muppets. Especially the spindly little, like, twitchy dromaeosaurs. But, shoot, don't get me started on the Oviraptorosaur. Oviraptorosaurs, you know, should look like these guys. Oh, taken down. Yowza. I love how rough and tumble the animals are in Prehistoric Planet 2. But that is a proper ornithomimosaur right there. We know that these animals had feathers all over their bodies. We've got extensive evidence of this. And yet, in the film 65, that is not what we are shown. I think I can find a clip of that real quick. Where was that? So Adam Driver, his name is Mills. He fights an Oviraptorosaur, which is, it looks like a cave fish. It's just got pale, naked skin that's like, it's so pale it's like translucent. All right, and here's a clip. There we go. Right here. It's just incredibly pale looking. Yeah. And just bare skin. Just, we've known for 25 years at this point that these animals had feathers all over their bodies. There's literally no excuse for this. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Not great. Really, really not great. Now with that, we're kind of approaching the end of the film. I said the Oviraptorosaur is so bald and gross. Because it really was. That's the thing, is that most of the creatures in this are just... they're supposed to be just reprehensible monsters. You know, and that really bothers me as a paleontologist. Like, I study these animals. These aren't monsters. I thought it was really interesting, too, that they only show... I think they show one or maybe... it's ambiguous. There's either one or possibly two individual plant-eating dinosaurs in the entire film. And they're both shown pretty briefly. One of them extremely briefly. I couldn't even tell if it's supposed to be a plant eater. Every animal that walks or runs or swims or flies is all... they're all just throwing away all their plans for the day so they can go try and chase down Adam Driver and Ariana Greenblatt and try and just tear them apart and eat them. You know? It's really kind of extraordinary. You know, these are creatures that are treated like monsters. They're not treated like animals. They're treated like monsters in this movie. And honestly, that took me out of the film. Like, it kind of stood out. It's not like, this was not a believable environment for these people to be walking around in. It felt like, I don't know. It felt like a cheaply made sci-fi horror film. Like, Sci-Fi Original, Sci-Fi Channel. Yeah, just not great. Honestly, not great. So yeah. Yeah. Afro Bennett Girl, could dragons be related to dinosaurs? Well, we've got many different kinds of dragons around today, Afro Bennett Girl, and I don't think any of them are related to dinosaurs. Here. Brief detour here. Let's take a look at the Tree of Life, and let's take a look at some dragons. Yeah, let's zoom in here. Yeah. The Komodo dragon is a varanid lizard, as is the bearded dragon. There we go. A different kind of lizard, not closely related to varanids. But there it is right there, the bearded dragon. Many people have these for pets. Apparently they make very good pets. Another kind of dragon that we would have today might be a leafy sea dragon, which is related to seahorse. Oh, yeah. And yeah, the Komodo leaf isn't sponsored. Interesting, Lenina. Yeah. Leafy sea dragons. And then, of course, we've got weedy sea dragons, too. There's the weedy sea dragon. Yeah, and then, going even further afield here, we've got another kind of dragon called snapdragons. And they are a kind of angiosperm. They're flowering plants. Oh, not P. barbetta. Interesting. Nothing more variant. I did not know that. So, yeah. Yeah. So, anyway. It depends on what you mean by dragon, I suppose, you know? We've got lots and lots of different kinds of dragons that are real creatures, like these, like Komodo dragons, leafy sea dragons, bearded dragons, etc. And the humble dragonfly. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the thing is, with creatures that are alive, we can actually trace their ancestry. That's how we determine who is related to whom. It's based on who they evolved from, where we can trace their ancestry back to. With fictional creatures like dragons, well, they're not real, so it's like, could they be related to dinosaurs? I don't know, you know? What's their fossil record like? Who are their ancestors? If there is something in, like, dragon legend that says that, oh yeah, you know, dragons, they held their limbs directly underneath their bodies, they've got more than 5 sacral vertebrae, you know, they've got an antorbital fenestra in their skull in front of the eye socket, all this other stuff, then I'd go, oh yeah, those sound like dinosaurian traits. They might be related to dinosaurs. So yeah, yeah. But if you're asking about, like, the origin of dragon legends, and could the discovery of dinosaur fossils have helped inspire legends about dragons? Then there's a book that you should check out. Somebody type in !mythology. I promise I'm not trying to be too obtuse about this, Afro Bandit Girl. I appreciate you. But yeah. Check out that book. It doesn't really deal with dragons in particular. There are some people who say that, oh yeah, you know, legends of dragons from ancient China were probably inspired by the discovery of dinosaur fossils. And that may or may not be true. I don't know. It's a really difficult proposition to try and prove. But I can tell you one thing. In China, when new dinosaur genera and species are described, new dinosaur genera, actually, in particular, and species too, we've got Meilong, we've got a lot of different dinosaurs that have dragon in the name. So, Dilong Paradoxus, for instance. Its name means... what is it? Feathered dragon? Dilong Paradoxus? Emperor dragon is what the name Dilong means. This is an early tyrannosauroid. Very cool critter. So yeah, you could call... I guess this is a dragon. That's what the name means. Yeah. Long is used to name Chinese dinosaurs in much the same way that the ancient Greek Sor is in the West. So there you go. How cool is that? Yeah. So some dragons, I suppose, are dinosaurs, you know? Yeah, yeah. There's Dilong, there's Bai Shenlong. It's an ornithomimosaur. You know, a feathered ostrich dinosaur like this. Yeah. There's Guanlong. Like early tyrannosauroid. Guanlong. There's Meilong, whose name means sleeping dragon. You know, one of the cutest of all dinosaurs, maybe the cutest dinosaur of all time, Meilong. Also very small. Would have been a juvenile. It's not, that animal's not full grown. So yeah, lengthy dinosaurs. Yeah, long, very long. Mei Long, Guan Long, Beishan Long. Yeah, oh man, there's so many. I think if we just go to, hang on, Yixian fauna. There we go. There's Bolong. There's Bolong right here. Bolong, Meilong, Shenglong. That's actually not a dinosaur, but a lizard. Yeah, Zhenhuanlong, which I think we have a clip of that. There we go. Yeah. Good stuff. Talking about feathers on dinosaurs here. Take a look. Oh, I'm sorry. The sound is off. That's better. Yeah. Did Velociraptor have feathers? Yes. Spoiler.
Very well preserved indeed.
Yeah.
And that's not the case with the skin or the soft parts. So imagining what they looked like has been largely a matter of guesswork. But now some truly exceptional fossils have been discovered that have changed all that.
Yep. Very cool stuff.
One of the most startling discoveries has been the presence of feathers on a large number of species, including Velociraptor.
We now know Velociraptor had feathers. We've known this for like 20 years at this point. Yeah, like 2 decades.
The idea that dinosaurs like Velociraptor were fully feathered is no longer at all controversial.
Yeah.
We currently know of about 60 dinosaur species that are completely covered in feathers, just like modern birds.
Yeah, and seriously, like 10 of them have the suffix long in their name. Shoot. Yeah.
Some of the most perfect fossilized feathers have been discovered in China.
There we go.
This is an image of a specimen that was found in 2015.
And that's reproduced way larger than actual size there. That's why it's an image. The real specimens, probably about this big. Yeah.
It's called Zhenhualong.
Zhenhualong. There you go. Long again. Meaning dragon. Long means dragon. So apparently, and I've run this by some Mandarin and Cantonese speakers before. Like, Hong Long, what does that mean? And it means like fearsome dragon, ancient dragon. Long means dragon. In, I think, both of those different dialects of Chinese. Or different languages, I guess. Cantonese and Mandarin are, you could probably call them different languages, right? I don't know. I'm not a linguist. But yeah. And is China a world center of dinosaur paleontology in recent decades? Absolutely nothing more variant, yeah. It has definitely become that. For sure. I'm actually working on a project right now that kind of deals with that question, but I can't tell you about it yet. Yeah. So yeah. They're as different as German and Dutch, more so. Thank you, The Eternal. So, okay. Cantonese and Mandarin. You know, one of my friends growing up, he spoke Mandarin and Cantonese. And, yeah, he learned those in school. But, yeah. And thanks for looking into that. You bet, Afro Bennett Girl. Thank you for the good question. Yeah, it's a neat tangent. And Sounder says, just so you're aware, long should be pronounced as lone in Mandarin. Oh, okay, interesting. Interesting. You know, as paleontologists, usually when it's in a taxon name like this, a genus name, Zhenhuanlong, usually we say long, but maybe I should de-emphasize the G at the end. Yeah.
2015. It's called Zhenhualong.
Zhenhuanlong. Okay. I think if I say it like that, hopefully nobody will object. Sort of a swallowed G. Okay. Eternal, yeah. Like French. Okay. Okay, thank you, Eternal. Jean Yuan Long. That did feel kind of French. I know it's not French, but we're trying to draw an analogy here. Jean Yuan Long. Interesting 6-foot turtle. Okay, okay. But yeah, it's much less of a single language than even Arabic is. Interesting, nothing more. Very cool. We got so many awesome people in chat who know so many things. I am continually astonished by this community. So yeah, yeah. But yeah, yeah. But anywho, very cool. So yeah, yeah. Now let's get back to our film, of course. 65. Unfortunately, none of the dinosaurs had feathers like they should have. And, anyway, I took a bunch of notes while watching this. Anyway, I do feel like, approaching the end of the film, there was like a big boss fight that you saw in the trailer. Which, again, anybody watching the trailer of the film, you know, you're gonna realize that this is at the end of the movie right here. It's like the big boss fight. But that wasn't enough. Shooting this poor Tyrannosaur. There's what felt like a very, very tacked on, like, final, ultra, mega, uber, giganto boss fight. And this is at the point that the film lost me. It just... Oh, boy. Yeah. And we kind of saw this in the trailer. Let me preface this by showing you this clip here. It was right... Must be right here. Trying to find it. Where did it go? But there's a part where in the trailer, it's clearly supposed to be a Tyrannosaurus who's kind of bearing down. Oh, wrong button. Sorry. Clearly supposed to be a Tyrannosaurus who's, like, bearing down on him in the middle of this, like, I don't know, it's like a hot springs and geysers kind of an area. It's not there, although there's a lot of grass there, too. Oh, boy. Grass in the Cretaceous period. Don't get me started. Man, was it... Might be in this other trailer then, yeah. There it is right there. Yeah. So in the trailer, they obscure this part with smoke or steam. We'll call it steam right here. And then, yeah, you get that brief glimpse of this creature. This is clearly supposed to be like, you know, Tyrannosaurus here in the trailer. Well, at least that's kind of what they're going for, I feel. It's like a super ultra mega big Tyrannosaurus. That's not what it turns out to be in the movie. And I feel like this is something that they actually changed in post. And I'm trying to find this clip right here from my source. Basically, they, like, turn it into a big quadrupedal... They basically... It's very clear that they took the Tyrannosaurus model, and they're like, whoa, make it bigger. And put some more legs on it. And so rather than having Tyrannosaurus arms, they made it like a quadrupedal creature like that. Almost like it's supposed to be a Gorgonopsian or something. And I was watching this and I'm going, is that supposed to be a giant Gorgonopsian? Gorgonopsians, by the way, are these creatures that lived before the dinosaurs. They are more closely related to you and me than they are to any dinosaur. These are these big terrestrial four-legged predators. They're about the size of...
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
And Kung Po, 1959, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Yeah, these are stranger than science fiction. And they are prehistoric fact. Yeah, Gorgonopsians like this really lived. And they tend to be about the size of like a really big lion or a tiger. You know, significantly smaller than the big carnivorous dinosaurs, which would evolve, you know, tens of millions of years later. But yeah, this is a Gorgonopsian. And so, watching this film, I thought, was that supposed to be like a giant Gorgonopsian like this? And no, in the close-ups, it's very clear that this is supposed to be a Tyrannosaur. You know? Yeah. And I'm trying to get to the right spot so I can show you. Here we go. Again. Short clip here. Did you see that? Running bipedally. Or quadrupedally, excuse me. On all fours. Just galloping on four legs. That's why I saw this and went, is this supposed to be a Gorgonopsian? What's going on with this? Oh, boy. Just... And it doesn't even seem consistent shot to shot, you know? Oh, boy. Here it comes. It is a game creature, says Pendrake. I mean, it's like a monster that they made up for a video game, basically. This part at the end felt like a video game. It didn't... Look at this. This is what I'm talking about right here, you know? So its head and its hind limbs and its tail and its neck and everything, it's clearly supposed to be a big Tyrannosaur. And then they give it these ridiculous forelimbs like this. Ooh, and they actually show a close-up of this, and it looks exactly the same as like the hind feet. And look, did you see that right there? They obscured this in the trailer because they knew. Yep, the audiences would be turned off. So they tried to cover that up. Clearly, like, the movie's already done. You know, they've got it tagged and bagged and everything. This, they just put some steam over it to try and obscure it, you know? So anyway. Yeah. Do they have one of those AI generators design the dinosaur? Rizadegu? It probably wouldn't have been much worse if they did, you know? Just, honestly, garbage. And to be fair, I think this whole sequence, it really feels to me like this whole sequence at the very end, like the big boss fight on top of the boss fight, it feels incredibly tacked on. Like they just kind of decided, hey, let's just throw some more garbage at the screen, you know? This is not climactic enough. And we need an uber mega giganto T-Rex with 4 legs this time. I don't feel like this was in the original script. I don't feel like this is in the original shoots. I feel like this is the studio mucking around with things and, yeah. Anyway. You know what it kind of reminds me of, honestly? Can I show this? Are there too many swears? This is from the Onion Talks series, which is like a parody of TED Talks, and I find it incredibly funny. But they have one with a movie producer.
Crap. Being handed scripts every day by these kids. These morons. Eating the junk about traveling through time and dancing chipmunks. A bunch of guys sitting around in a bar having a drink. That ain't a movie. You ain't got stars, you ain't got nothing.
Anyway, it just continues on like this, and it's, I don't know. You know, to be honest, I've never really met many movie producers. You know, actually, I take that back. That's not fair. I've probably met more movie producers than most people have, and the ones I've met have been lovely. I met Kathleen Kennedy once, in Livingston for 4th of July. She was out visiting our dinosaur dig there. Kathleen Kennedy, lovely person, you know? Yeah. But anyway, it's all too easy to imagine a guy like this stepping in and going, you know, the dinosaurs here, they need some pizzazz. Give them some extra legs, you know? They got legs. They got legs in all the right places now. It's like, no, they don't. That's the problem. That's actually a line that he uses. Anyway, you should watch. It's very crass, but it's very funny to me. And Joshua Sweet, thank you for those 250 bits. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Holy cow. And yeah, R.I.P. the Onion's video department. They made some of the best, funniest YouTube videos of all time, Blue Laser. They really, really did. And, you know, we shouldn't be sad that they're gone. We should be happy that they were there in the first place. And that we've got these lovely videos that, maybe we can watch to this day. But anyway, watching this film, I could practically feel the studio meddling with us. Just, you know, like, oh, you know, we gotta reshoot this, and we gotta reshoot that, and then you punch this up, and it's like, and you know that there was somebody who specifically said, oh yeah, you know, the dinosaurs, they gotta be monsters, they gotta be aliens. They can't look like, they can't have feathers, you know? So I don't know. I think kind of my end conclusion, without giving too many spoilers about this, for the film 65, this would have been, you know, if it weren't for these two very, very talented actors in the lead roles, this would have been like a sci-fi, direct-to-TV sci-fi channel movie, you know? It's just really, really not great. This movie was literally saved by Adam Driver and Ariana Greenblatt, who plays the girl. They were great, you know? Otherwise, this movie's got just about nothing to recommend it. The dinosaurs in it, you can even call them dinosaurs, pretty abysmal. And they are kind of an afterthought. Somebody was asking about that earlier in the chat. You could have set this movie on some alien planet, not on Earth, and it would have been functionally exactly the same. You know? I do feel like they're kind of... In fact, maybe this was like a script rewrite. Maybe they originally had produced this film or they were going to produce it and it was going to be set on some alien planet, and they said, you know what? This needs something else. Give it dinosaurs instead. And so they took a crash landing on an alien planet movie and threw in dinosaurs to make it more marketable. In fact, that very well may have been what happened. I don't know. But I would not be at all surprised about that. You know? So yeah. Yeah. And score out of 10? I don't know. In terms of it being a movie, I'd give it maybe a 6 out of 10. Its dinosaur portrayals, maybe a 2 out of 10. Yeah. So, I don't know. And actually, 6 out of 10 is probably too high for it being a movie. I'd say 5. It's a 5 out of 10. The only thing that keeps this movie's head above water is the performances. You know, the acting was really solid. That completely saved this movie from being just absolutely horrendous, forgettable trash. You know? That's the only thing that elevates it and makes it watchable. And, you know, vaguely entertaining. But man, they had their work cut out for them, those actors. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and doesn't anybody ever read the title anymore? Holy cow. Mikey likes... We're talking about the film 65. Yeah. Yeah. It does make me wonder what the, what's the Rotten Tomatoes score? That's not something I've looked up in years. Yeah. Man, this used to... Okay, here we go. 65, 38%. Yeah. Let's look at top critics here. Entirely forgettable, partially nonsensical sci-fi fare. It's the serious tone and repetitiveness that unmoors a lot of what works about 65. I would agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I don't know. Again, it's... If you would like to see a sci-fi film, sci-fi survival suspense film that's only 90 minutes long and has extremely sparse dialogue and extremely limited cast, 4 people, and some really terrible dinosaur depictions, then I would recommend it, you know? Check it out, if that's what you want to see. But yeah, it was lowbrow stuff. It had the potential to be a little bit more engaging than it was, but I feel like studio meddling really just... I don't know. When you've got the stuff at the very beginning, like those big title cards that just spell out for you exactly what's happening on the screen, it feels like they're dumbing it down significantly, and you feel that throughout the rest of the movie. Like, this feels like a movie that was significantly dumbed down and made dumber than it was. You know, to give it... I guess to try and give it wider appeal, but man, does it fail in that respect. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. I might prefer 65 to Jurassic World 3 in that case. It was a better film, I would say, than Jurassic World Dominion. I almost fell asleep during Jurassic World Dominion. That was really abysmal. Yeah, and holy cow, I felt so bad for Sam Neill and Laura Dern and Jeff Goldblum in that film. It's like, what are you doing here? This is so beneath you, you know? I feel like they were dragged down by that movie, whereas I feel that Adam Driver and Ariana Greenblatt in this film, they elevated this movie, whereas in Jurassic World Dominion, that dragged down its actors. That's, I think, an important distinction to make. You know? I think that's illustrative of what we're saying here. You know? Yeah. Yeah, what were they doing there? Getting a very nice paycheck. You know, get that bag. There you go, Eternal. Yeah. Yeah. And, they threw a lot of walking scenes that could have had a lot of herbivores doing the thing. That is the thing, Dinosaur Dave, yeah. In this film... One thing that I was really surprised by is that they had basically 0 scenes where... Yeah. here. Let's see. Some of you might remember this. It was from a very obscure film from the early 1990s. And, it was called, I believe, Jurassic Park? Here we go. Maybe some of you have seen this film before. One of the things that makes this film so great is that you've got these moments of just sheer wonder here, you know? And I know that I realized that this was brand new at the time, that nobody had ever seen, you know, computer-generated creatures like this on the movie screen before. So this was culturally really important. Technologically, it was really important, but also just emotionally. Having scenes like this in your movie, even if it's not new technology, everybody knows CGI nowadays. Even if you just take a few moments to, like, let the audience feel a sense of awe and, like, you know, awestruck respect for these animals, it goes a long way. It really resonates with audiences, you know? Yeah. And seeing the reaction of these wonderful actors, very, very talented people, seeing them react to this, as a human being, you feel something in that. You can relate to them and you go, holy cow, that is amazing. Oh my goodness. And it just touches something deep inside you, you know? How many moments like this? How many moments like this did we have in 65? 0. None. There were none like that. Their dinosaurs and other creatures are just treated as monsters or cannon fodder, you know? So the film is, I'm not going to say it's soulless. I think every bit of its heart and soul comes from the, you know, the two human characters. None of it at all comes from any of these amazing creatures that they're encountering, you know? And it just left me feeling cold and empty. So yeah. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. SB Hargan says, the idea that a paleontologist got to see a living dinosaur and they took you along for that, that was the best part of the movie. I kind of agree, SB Hargan. Kind of agree. Yeah. And Risa Dego says, my movie question, what did you think on the population density? The world seemed empty to me as a person walking through a present-time forest. Well, I mean, they encounter how many different carnivorous creatures all trying to eat them? And, like, almost no prey animals? It seemed like there was an overabundance of carnivores and almost nobody there to eat the myriad plants that they encountered. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Paleontologist says, I love Jurassic Park because it feels like it was made by people with the same love of dinosaurs as I. And I would assume many others do. Paleontologist, yes. 65 does not feel like that. Its dinosaurs feel like props, soulless monsters, cannon fodder. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Man, the more I talk about it, the less I like this movie. But yeah. Yeah. And Musaica. That's an interesting speculative scene with the Carnotaurus in Prehistoric Planet. Is it accurate or not? We've talked about that a few times before. Oh boy, we're not going to go off on a big tangent about that, but it's plausible, Musaica, yeah. Yeah. We don't have a lot of information about Carnotaurus and its behavior. But that's perfectly believable, yeah. Sure. Yeah. It's a neat little, like, explanation they came up with for why the arms would look so mobile, why they'd have that ball and socket joint there. But yeah, we'll talk about that another time, Muzeka. You stick around, and we'll talk about that in depth sometime. Or you know what, actually? You know what, let's do it right now. Yeah. You're in luck, Muzeka. Because we'll use this as an opportunity to talk about... Yeah. How to treat prehistoric creatures the right way when you're doing something speculative, like, say, a movie or something like this. I know this is a documentary, but there's still a lot of speculation here. Let's take a look. Many of you have seen this before, but not all of you, I'm sure. This is so good. Yeah. So this is something that we actually observe in birds today. Birds of paradise will do this. Making a lek. There you go. Neverwinter. Yeah. Yeah. Like a dance floor. We actually have direct evidence for dinosaur dance floors, I guess you could say. Yeah. Bowerbirds. Thank you, Claire. Yeah. Infrasound, yeah, the really low frequency calls. There you go, Sloppy. Yeah, yes, indeed. Yeah. Watch out, dude. She can mess you up. And hang on a minute. Ragnarocker. How accurate is the buck and doe's behavior in the Lost World Jurassic Park? Lol, the buck. What do? I don't know. They rip what's his name in half. Richard Schiff. They go and try and rescue their baby. I don't know. We don't have a lot of information on the behavior of tyrannosaurs. We're talking right now. I'm talking about the behavior of other big theropod dinosaurs, Carnotaurus right here, and kind of a bellysaur. And yeah, we've got. Let me put it this way: we've got more evidence for this portrayal of big theropods than we have for that one from the Lost World. Yeah, yeah. 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 Interesting. Yep. So that much is true. We know they've got ball and socket joints like that, but here's a little an explainer video from Prehistoric Planet right here. Take a look at this. And let me turn the volume down because it's probably going to be too loud now. There we go. Yeah. Man, I cannot recommend Prehistoric Planet highly enough. It's really, really extraordinary. So this might seem a little bit far-fetched, like blue arms and waving them like that. Like, what the heck? We don't have direct evidence for this, but it makes perfect sense given what we know about these animals. At least to a certain extent. We'll talk about why. Yeah.
This is the enormous skull of Tyrannosaurus rex.
Yeah.
Many, many times bigger than mine. And these are the bones of its forelimbs, relatively tiny. And there are other dinosaurs in which the difference in size is even more marked.
Yep.
Why should we think that these tiny limbs have got anything to do with display?
Is there Tyrannosaurus? How much better the Tyrannosaurus was in Prehistoric Planet than in 65. Oh my goodness. It's a zillion times better, you know? Oh my goodness.
T-Rex had small arms, but dozens of other predatory dinosaurs from all around the world had small arms too.
Yep. It's often a balance thing.
Earlier dinosaurs that had much longer arms.
Like that
Over
Coelophysis
millions
there,
of years,
yeah.
these dinosaurs came to rely more on their mouths for holding and killing prey. So
there's Ceratosaurus, who we're going to be talking about extensively tomorrow. If you like Ceratosaurus, and who doesn't? Here is a brief glimpse of a Ceratosaurus skull. I'll show you more of that tomorrow. We're going to be talking all about Ceratosaurus tomorrow because it is the 139th anniversary of the the publication of this animal, Ceratosaurus, tomorrow. So tune in then. It is going to be a ton of fun. And I might even dress up and wear my Ceratosaurus costume tomorrow. So if you'd like to see that, you should tune in tomorrow at 2 p.m. California time. But yeah.
Their heads became more powerful and their arms became smaller.
Some of the smallest arms relative to body size belong to the South American dinosaur Carnotaurus.
Yeah.
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
Dutch Empire, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. That's good advice. Let's see if I can follow that. Thank you for following, though.
When the bones of these arms were first discovered, it was assumed that they would be of little use and were evolutionary leftovers.
Which they might still be.
Human's tiny tailbone.
Yeah.
A closer look at the bones revealed that these tiny arms also probably lacked any claws.
Yep. Stubbiest little
bone, the humerus up here, has this weird ball and socket joint. It's very round at the upper end.
Yeah.
And that suggests that its shoulder joint had quite a bit of mobility.
Interesting.
And they were attached to the shoulder with lots of powerful muscles. Evidence that they were used for something.
Maybe. We also know that Tyrannosaurus's arms had very powerful muscles, even though the arms are incredibly short and probably not really much use for... I do kind of wonder whether they actually, you know, hypertrophied those muscles to make the arms flap. I kind of have my doubts.
But could they have been used during courtship?
Carnotaurus's tiny arms were too small for anything like digging or fighting opponents.
Yeah.
The most likely explanation for such small yet mobile arms is that they were used in display.
normally I'm all about, you know, display for otherwise mysterious aspects of dinosaur anatomy. But this is one where I really have to take a step back and go, oh, I don't know about that. It might just be vestigial, you know? I don't know. Yeah.
In the natural world today, highly specialized body parts that appear to have no other function often turn out to be used for display and to attract mates.
Yeah, but I'm not convinced that they are highly specialized. What they seem is highly reduced. If they had ridiculously gigantic arms that were shaped like, I don't know, canoe paddles or something, it'd be like, okay, well, shoot, maybe that is for display. But instead, they've got tiny little arms. They don't even have an elbow. Their fingers just, like, come straight out of their humerus. So it's like their upper arm bone just has fingers sticking out of it. Like, it does not seem highly specialized to me. I could very well be wrong about this. But, yeah. And vestigial and display, do they ever go together? That's a great question. That's a fantastic question, SV Harkin. Shoot. Do vestigial structures and display ever go together? Not really. The closest thing I can think of, it's not display, but it is used in mating, would be, the spurs on a male anaconda. What we call pelvic spurs. And so I think these are actually a vestigial structure that only male anacondas have. And they use those to clasp onto the female when they're mating. And I think these are remnants of their hind legs, right? Pelvic spurs are the externally visible portion of the vestigial remnants of legs found on either side of the cloaca in primitive snakes such as boas and pythons. They are remnants of the pelvis and femur. No connection to the spine, they simply float in the muscle mass. But that's not for display, it's for literally clasping onto the female when they're mating. And only the males have it. And Kalek, thank you for those 200 bits, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, this is like a vestigial structure that I guess is still kind of used, although it's probably not essential anymore. That's the only thing I can really think of, you know? Yeah. But it's not used for display. You can barely even see it, you know? So a vestigial structure being used for display, I can't really think of a solid example off the top of my head. Oh, yeah. And these are bad examples for this too.
Some colorful feather plumes.
Yeah.
Cumbersome horns and antlers. In many cases, the owner of such appendages puts up with the cost of having them because they are so attractive to potential mates.
And these are all really bad examples compared to Carnotaurus. Because these are all really dramatic things that, like, you know, it's expensive to develop, you know? You've got these enormous feathers on this hummingbird right here. You've got the crazy antlers on an elk. Crazy tail feathers on a peacock like this. These are things that, A, the females don't have, only the males have. Whether it's antlers or peacock tail feathers, those ridiculous plumes on a hummingbird. All these things are things that only the males have. And as far as we know, male and female Carnotaurus probably both had arms. It's not like the females didn't have arms. They probably did. It's actually kind of impossible to tell at this point because we only have one skeleton of Carnotaurus, as Dinosaur Dave pointed out in the chat. So actually determining that there is sexual dimorphism there is not something that we can do yet. But also, none of these are vestigial features. These are all things, different structures that these animals evolved, especially for display. That doesn't fit the bill for the arms of Carnotaurus, you know? It's totally different. These are big, ridiculous things that these animals grew. They're not super reduced limbs. So yeah.
puts up with the cost of having them because they are so attractive to potential mates.
So I don't know. You know, it doesn't make a great deal of sense to me.
In modern-day birds and reptiles, iridescent colors also help physical displays to stand out. And the same could be true for Carnotaurus's arms.
I guess. I do like that. I guess there's a little bit of sexual dimorphism there. In order for something to be sexually selected, it needs to be different between males and females. That's kind of what sexual selection means if we're actually talking about the definitions of these things. We've talked about this many times. I could show you that really cool talk by Kevin Padian about this. But yeah, so presumably the females don't have the blue under here. We don't actually get to see the underside of the female's arms. But
a wide range of arms.
Anyway, yeah.
Colors is certainly eye-catching.
Yep.
But in the end, potential mates can still be very choosy.
Snubbed. Yep. Better luck next time. So yeah. I don't know. Who was it who asked the question about Carnotaurus there? That was a neat little tangent. All the stuff in there is plausible, but like when you tie it into sexual selection, it doesn't necessarily make the most sense. But yeah. Anyway, that is, though, a wonderful example of, like, how to do speculative dinosaurs really, really well. It's something that the producers of 65 could have learned something from, you know? And the directors, I suppose. But yeah. Anyway. And Museica, most of that stuff was guesswork. We don't have... Well, we do have fossilized skin of Carnotaurus, but we don't have melanosomes from it. And I don't think we have skin on the arms. So, yeah. Anyway, I think we had another interesting question here. Riza Dega want to know, if they only have one sample, how do we know the female is larger? We don't. That's, again, speculative.
Take some of your own advice. Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week? And that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Phoenix 90, thank you so much for the 27 months of support. Holy cow, that's a long time, Phoenix, and I really appreciate you for it. Holy moly. Here. And holy cow, Phoenix. Here, cheers. Holy moly. Thank you.
TFR is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you for those 5 gift subs, Phoenix. That is really extraordinary. Look, we're now at 34 out of 40 subs for our goal. We're just 6 away. Like, we could make it today. That's great. Thank you, Phoenix, for your generosity and your continued support of this channel and this community. I appreciate you more than you know, Phoenix. Holy cow. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your ongoing support. Exquisite. Yeah. Great stuff. Yeah. So yeah. And did I also see... Mallard, did I see you in chat? Uppity Mallard, how are you doing? Welcome. I did not see the Paraceratherium reveal in Prehistoric Kingdom, no. Very cool. One of the world's largest terrestrial mammals. They've got that in Prehistoric Kingdom now? Very, very cool. Wow. I wonder if that would show up in my copy. I've not played that game in like a year. But, yeah. And you've been sick recently? I'm sorry to hear that, Mallard. Shoot. But I'm glad you're here. It's great to see you. How are you? Yeah. I hope you are on the mend or fully recovered at this point, Mallard. Just revealed today. Very, very cool. Very nice. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Phoenix says, thank you for the great content and spreading science. I appreciate you, Phoenix. I really, really do. Thank you so much. Holy cow. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. And Lenino, oh shoot, while we were streaming today. Holy cow. Forgotten Bloodlines Agate has reached their goal. That makes me incredibly happy. I pledged $45 to this. Phenomenal. For anybody who's a fan of mammals, like our own uppity Mallard here. Not a fan of it. You study mammals. What am I saying? You're not a fan. You're a professional. Mallard. It's super cool. Of course, these are...
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Is it, or will it ever be possible to recover info about pigmentation from fossils preserved?
Ah.
Or is them's the breaks on dino skin coloring?
No, we do have... We do have several dinosaurs for whom we know what colors they were eternal. We can talk about that in a minute. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. I know it's the Miocene of North America, but still pretty cool, right, Mallard? Mallard studies Cenozoic mammals. Can't wait? Awesome, Mallard. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. That makes me so happy. I'm so glad that they were able to get that funded. Oh, that's fantastic. But we do actually have direct evidence of coloration in dinosaurs. I have a command for that, but we'll watch a quick clip too. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, good stuff.
Revealing what color dinosaurs were was once thought impossible, but
when I was a kid, it was thought to be impossible. Nobody ever thought that we'd be able to figure out what color dinosaurs were. Like, in fact, there were a ton of books when I was a kid that would say, you know, we'll never know what color dinosaurs were, so just don't worry about it. But holy cow. That's the thing about science. Never say never. Because chances are, some really clever person, some very passionate, curious, very smart young researcher will come up with a new method, a new experimental method for testing some of these ideas, and now we have that for dinosaur coloration.
Discovery around a decade ago that some pigments can actually preserve in fossils allowed us to reconstruct the likely color patterns of certain dinosaur species.
Very, very cool.
One of the best places to find pigments preserved in dinosaurs is the early Cretaceous G-hole biota of China. Discovered here in the mid-1990s, Sinosauropteryx has feathers preserved that retain remnants of the original pigment that gave the animal its color in life.
Yep, so there's actually pigments preserved in those fossil feathers.
This means that we can reconstruct its color patterns to give a better understanding of how it may have behaved and to tell us more about the environment in which it lived.
Very, very cool stuff.
One of the color patterns seen on Sinosauropteryx is that it had a dark back and a light underside. This is a kind of camouflage called counter.
And so this isn't just from one specimen. There's multiple specimens that show us the same thing. So this is not a one-off. Like, unfortunately, we have with a lot of dinosaurs, we've got multiple specimens of Sinosauropteryx that show the same thing. So we know this is a real phenomenon here.
It works because in the daytime, sunlight comes.
Anyway, we talked about counter shading a lot a couple weeks ago. I don't want to rehash this too much. But, yeah, really, really cool stuff. And again, taking it back to the film 65. Oh, boy. All of the dinosaurs that they show in this are pretty drab. They're green, or they're brownish green, or they're grayish green, or they're greenish gray. And this is not what dinosaurs were actually like, you know? Yeah, oh boy. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I think the pterosaurs were reddish, said Blue Laser to the sky. I mean, let's take a look. Yeah, some of them were kind of reddish. These ones are looking pretty gray. And who is this who just snatches another pterosaur out of the sky? A giant hawk or something? This is never explained. As far as we know, there weren't any pterosaurs that had, like, grasping raptorial feet like that, so... Maybe it's a giant bird? Who knows? Yeah. The ones on the beach, Blue Laser. They were kind of reddish, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Still pretty drab. Honestly, the pterosaurs were the least awful part out of all those creatures, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. A rock! There you go, Pendrake. Yeah, like the bird that would eat elephants. It's an alien, says Tomas. I mean, we didn't get to see it, so who knows? Tomas, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. 65. You heard some of my thoughts on it, and, Tomas. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Were there any large Cretaceous birds? Not that I really know of, Gimpleg, no. I think maybe the largest Cretaceous bird would have had a wingspan of... What was it, like... What, Ichthyornis or birds like that? It would have had maybe like a 6-foot wingspan? Probably less, actually. Ichthyornis. Let's look up this critter. Yeah... Description. Nope, smaller than that. Never mind. Significantly smaller. Yeah. I was just taking a wild guess. I didn't want to understate it. So, yeah. Yeah. Patrick Crusader says people talk about movies being ahead of their time. This movie was far past its time. I would agree, Patrick Crusader. It felt like maybe a 1970s kind of movie. Yeah. Hesperornis was kind of large, but its wingspan, such as it was, very dinky aerospace. Yeah, Hesperornis was something like maybe 5 feet long. Here. Hesperornis. There we go. This famous diving bird. Yeah, kind of looks like a loon underwater. And Marsh discovered the skeleton of a large fossil bird, at least 5 feet in height. And I think it may have been downgraded in size since then. I'm not actually sure. But yeah. Classification and species, history. Holy cow. 1.8 meters, 5.9 feet in length. There you go. It's a decent-sized bird, but it's got these tiny little like, tortilla chips for wings. Yeah. Just tiniest little nubbins for wings there. So yeah. Yeah, not a big-winged critter. Actually, the wings almost look like penguin wings. I like that reconstruction. But yeah, super tiny. Dorito wings. There you go, Retro Roadshow. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. An evil flying pterosaur eating Hesperornis would be more interesting than any giant... You know, maybe 6-foot turkey, yeah. More interesting than the weird quadrupedal theropod monstrosity they came up with. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. Gargantuavis. What is that, Neverwinter? Let's look that up. I'm not familiar with this critter. The name implies that it's big. Gargantuavis. Well, well, well. Large primitive bird containing a single species. northern Spain, southern France, and Romania. The largest known bird of the Mesozoic, ranging in size between a cassowary and an ostrich. Holy cow, but presumably flightless. Graviportal rather than cursorial, not adapted for running. Interesting. I wonder if these critters would have evolved because were there not ornithomimosaurs around there? This is basically like an avian ornithomimosaur. It sounds like. You know, big emu-like bird. Interesting stuff. Very interesting. Yeah. Interesting indeed. Yeah. Anyway. And there you go, Mayor's. Yeah, pretty cool. Gargantuavis. Pretty neat. Yeah. And Pendrake. Oh boy, dare I search this? I guess we'll take a look at that right now. Warhammer Dread Saurian. Well, it's got a lot more bells and whistles than the creature from the movie. This looks much more like Indomitus Reps than, Anyway, yeah. But similarly ridiculous quadrupedal critter like that. Than the critter from, yeah. Than the critter from, 65. Oh my goodness, this is just abominable. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. On that note, 65. Oh boy.
Blaming the dinosaurs.
Thankful we could help the forgotten bloodlines. Agate,
Me too,
episode
Golganak.
1 get fully funded. Can't wait.
Me too, Golganak. Super exciting. I wonder what their timeline is for finishing it. You know what? That's an excellent note to end on. Don't go away, chat. We're gonna go raid into somebody else doing some science. Mostly who is doing some science right now. But yeah. Anyway, the film 65. A disappointment. Because a film which ostensibly is supposed to have had dinosaurs, their dinosaurs were pretty abysmal. And many of them weren't even dinosaurs. So yeah. I wish they would have consulted with some paleontologists. But you know, that's why we do what we do here on Paleontologizing.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Tool time.
And travel. Tool Time, the sitcom with Tim Allen? Travel, you already saw that, I thanked you for this, right? Were you here for that, Travel? But thank you. I'm looking forward to using this, these digital calipers to measure some specimens when I do some collections visits in the near future. Those will be, you know, absolutely, they will contribute to my science work. So thank you, Travel. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the credits. I appreciate you more than you know. Holy cow. Lots of support today. I was just thinking today about how incredibly lucky I am to be able to do science outreach full time, and that's because of you wonderful folks subscribing, cheering, gifting, and also watching, lurking, chatting, and moderating. Thank you, moderators. You were working hard today, and I appreciate you, mods. Thank you very, very much. Anyway. Fun stream. Let's hope that the next film featuring dinosaurs that comes out will be better than 65. And, Let's go see who else is streaming right now. Who's doing some science that we can raid into. And we'll go spread the love to them. Let's see here. You know what? Melissa in Denial is streaming right now. Let's go say hello to Melissa. She is an archaeologist. She studies ancient Egypt, and she is doing something called Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Looks interesting. We'll go check that out. Anyway, thank you everybody again. And tune in tomorrow at 2 p.m. We'll be talking all about Ceratosaurus. Everybody's favorite horned Morrison theropod. Don't miss it. Should be a lot of fun. We're going to go through the history of portrayals of Ceratosaurus in media, the evolving science on this animal with more fossil discoveries and more study. It's going to be a good time. Probably a jam-packed stream. So I hope to see you then. But until next time, everybody, take care, and let's go say hello to Melissa. All right, bye-bye.